Hello. Hello, hello. Hope everybody's doing well. Happy Thursday. It is June. I mean, technically it was June last stream, but I didn't realize it was June. I was kind of out of the loop, not really paying attention to things. But yeah, Faux Pew, hello, first, I guess I'll just say hi, everyone. Everyone who's here. So far, Skittles here, Faux Pew's here, and Cold Case Creativity, you're here. Uh, so yeah, actually, so funny. So, okay, there's this phenomenon. I've talked about it before, but I don't think it quite. Just to talk about it again because I think it's funny. There's this phenomenon that happens basically every time. Oh, thank you, MVs. I appreciate it. Pretty much every time I end stream, the second I save my work and sort of mentally prepare myself to like screenshot it or export it to or upload it to Twitch or not to Twitch to Discord. Basically, the second I get in the mood of I'm gonna share this thing, I start seeing all the stuff I feel like, oh, I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. Right? I can spend 3 hours on a painting and not catch obvious things, but the second I go to share it, there's issues. And I've made a point of this of like saving this out and setting it as my desktop background, and I do this specifically to get me into that mode so that I start recognizing those things. But anyway, one of the things I did notice, it was literally within the 30 seconds after stream ended and before I shared it, was to change the shape of this. I think it was like a curvy shape like that. And I'm like, that looks weird. And so I just made it, I literally just chopped it off with a few brush strokes. So technically I worked on it, but not really. It probably took like 30 seconds and it was after stream, but before I shared it to the person's stream, whoever I rated. Probably Skittle, maybe, or Casey. One of those two, probably. But anyway, that's all the progress I've made on this. I'm not going to work on this today, though. I think I'm going to just sort of doodle and do more thumbnails and sketching and coming up with ideas. So yeah, that's going to be, I think, the plan. Hello, Stramigo. How are you? How's your day? I assume you're working, right? You're typically chatting when you're at work. Hope work's going well. Hope everyone's work is going well. But yeah, apparently it's my stream anniversary. I don't know. I don't really know what that means because I think it's actually affiliate anniversary, which isn't even as special as when I first started streaming, probably. I don't know. Somehow I feel like it's even more arbitrary than the day you started streaming. But that's whatever, I guess. So I probably started streaming like, I don't know, 5 months ago, maybe? I don't know how long it took me to get affiliate. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to do some sketches. I also have a commission that I could work on. I don't think I'm going to. I might do like a slight show and tell if the person who I did the commission or am doing the commission for shows up, because I haven't actually shared anything with them. And it might be weird because I don't really want to do like too much back and forth with the person over stream because that's weird. There's no like written record, so if anything, if there's comments or something, I might easily miss them. So I don't know if I will, but just doing some of the sketches yesterday or starting some of them, it kind of got me in the mood for thumbnailing again. And it's been a few days because we've been rendering, and this is not the normal kind of thing that I do. It's sort of a different style, and it's weird to think about it like that. Because I don't really like the whole conversation around style too much. It kind of annoys me. But I think when you have such different goals for a painting, the way that you tackle those goals comes about through the look of your art. And in this case, this was for a very specific thing. And so some of my goals, like having a lot of very crisp hard edges, that kind of made its way into my painting. And it's definitely different. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Stramigo says, I'm good. I'm actually home early today, so that is nice. Oh, nice. For some reason, I was thinking you worked from home. Or maybe you said that you some days do in work, and I don't remember what you said. But yeah, let's see. For this, I think Actually, I don't know. I don't know what I think. You love the way it turned out? Thanks. It's not finished. I actually am going to do a lot more work on it. Like some of the stuff I'm not quite sure what to do. Like, I don't know. There's stuff I want to do on it. But I think overall I'm pretty happy with it. I think a lot more details here would be fun. Some textury stuff. But yeah, I think it's fun. I used to work from home, but now fully time in office again. Oh, do you prefer work from home or in office or a mix? What is your ideal? Actually, let's go. That's a question for everybody who has ever, if anyone's ever worked from home and also not worked from home in the same job, what do you prefer? I think I read somewhere that out of like a survey of like it was like a couple thousand people in various industries who made like a work from home switch during COVID and then had to go back to office, but some of them didn't and some of them did, but not full time. I think they found that like it was a mix. People actually like to go into the office a little bit, um, or like on average, but most people still wanted to work most of their days from home. So it was like, if 1 or 2 days a week going into office, and then the other three should be able to be work from home. Basically, like a meeting. If you have to go in for a meeting, you can do it in office, but then all the rest can be work from home or something. I don't remember what it was, but I wonder if that rings true for many other people here. Because I feel like I've never really had a job where like the job could be either work from home or in office. Like I've technically done work from home because freelance art stuff, um, but I've never had a job where it's been like I could do either. But I feel like the sweet spot for me would be at a couple days at least on at home, not having to interact with people unless I absolutely want to. And then just do my work, and then a couple days like, okay, I can bear it, I can go into the office. I think I'm also a mix, even though I only experience working either fully. Yeah, it's tough. Like, yeah, I don't really know exactly what I would prefer because I haven't had the options to do a mix, but it feels like, I don't know. I mean, I think my issue with work from home, which is still more appealing than non-work from home. But my issue with work from home is that I actually do like a routine. And it's harder for me to enforce my own routine than if you have some external like expectation or pressure. So I like a routine in that sense. So I think I would probably be, yeah. Also, what am I painting today? I don't know. Maybe some little houses up in the trees. Or not trees. Maybe just somewhere. Maybe on the rocks. Not like on ice, but you know what I mean. Little houses. Maybe there's some blue. Ooh, you know what we could do? Let's do a very blue painting. Like extremely blue. So I'm gonna put some darker gray blues as like a white texture so that our brains think of this as white. Even though it's not going to be white, it will be decidedly in shadow, but I'm going to paint it as white or as bluish. And then, I don't know how this is going to work. But you know what? On an art topic though, you know what's really interesting, or I find it very interesting, and I wonder how you guys also experience this. I've noticed that after spending a day or 3 days, 3 streams even, with days in between, so it's not even constant, of doing little details and rendering, or just at least at the very least thinking about details and rendering, I found it suddenly I go into a thumbnail and I'm wanting to like detail. And I don't think I've ever experienced that before. I know everyone always says, "Oh, I just have this urge to zoom in and detail." And I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I've never really cared." That's not how I have felt it though. I feel it. So it's really weird to feel that because it's so different than what I normally feel when I paint. Okay, Storm Eagle says, about work, I miss the flexibility of working from home when I had an appointment or weren't feeling great. Now I take leave for any time I can't be in the office. Good point. You've got a taste of the detail flow state. Maybe Stoic, just a little bit. You're feeling it? Yeah, I was feeling the detail a little bit. I think also, though, admittedly, part of it was because it was more, and I think part of this had to do with like the whimsicalness of it, where it was just almost like pattern making. I was sort of, or it was sort of like a graphical patterny thing. So like for example, if I'm doing like the brickwork up here, I was just like making little loop-de-loops and little shapes, but I was doing it in a very careful way to where it wasn't sketchy. Obviously that's much more sketchy, but anyway. Whoa, that's a weird. Uh-oh, I'm on the wrong layer. And also, what's going on with my eraser tool? Why is it being opaque? Okay, there we go. But yeah, Stoic, long time no see. It's been a while. I think that makes sense because you did so much. Yeah, it's just once your brain is sort of focused on that thing, it's very... Ah, thank you for the follow. Yeah, once my brain's focused on a thing for a long time, I start acting out that thing, which is, I guess, just probably part of being human, but also has potentially scary consequences if I just, I don't know. Like, I've always been a big, like, whatever I surround myself with, I start sort of picking up those, whether it's opinions or vibes or whatever, I just kind of, it's like it becomes part of me, right? Like, and so anyway, it's funny how, yeah, if I just spend 3 days thinking about detailing, how to detail, when to detail, where to detail, going slowly over certain things, yeah, it starts incorporating it into my art a little more, which is, I don't know, it's weird. I think it's weird anyway. It feels weird. I mean, I don't mind it, but I have to. I think I'm gonna have to pull back a little bit because the reason I was detailing was very specific. Whereas now, I don't have that specific reason to detail. Now it's more like, am I getting in the way? Am I getting in the way of like, like, I don't want to forget to do compositional stuff, for example. It has been a while, yeah. I got easily distracted by talking in your streams, and I've been busy lately. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry I've distracted you. Feel free to mute me. No, or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm glad you're here. I always felt you added good conversation, because I felt like, especially, I don't know, I always felt like whenever you said stuff, I'm like, yeah, I totally agree with that. I always felt like you had good takes on art subjects. I like the green against the... Oh, well, too late. Too late, Fopew. The orange is gone. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I didn't even read what you said until after it was too late. Feel free to mutiny. Ah, mutiny. Feel free to mutiny. No, I don't want to distract anyone from work. I'd rather this be podcasty and you can lurk and work alongside. I mean, obviously I like people chatting, but I don't want to, pull you away from working on something that you want to get done. Oh, this is so cute looking. Oh, thanks, Rona. Rona, I don't know. I've been working on this. I don't know. I feel like I need to fill you in because I don't know if you know what I've been working on. But I am making an illustration for a puzzle. Well, I want to make it into a puzzle. And I felt like it was kind of a fun opportunity to try, a little bit more detail than I normally do in a slightly more hard-edged way of doing it. So it's kind of like almost like a style shift, if you will. But it was... Wow, happy anniversary. Yes, that's stream anniversary. OMG, this is so weird. Yeah, so I'm not done with it, but it's gonna be for a puzzle. And I had kind of different goals than I normally have when I paint, because normally I'm not as... sheep ribbon. Yeah, it's a little bow. Zoom in. Okay. It's a little sheep with a ribbon. Okay. But yeah, this one was fun because I've been focusing a little bit more on detail and a little bit more on making each section. Did you get the screenshot? I don't know. But I've been trying to make each section have, like, you know, this section's the pink flowers, this one's the white flowers, these are the blue flowers, right? Or here's an orange tent, or even these trees have different patterns than these trees, so that if it's a puzzle and you pick up a piece that is, you know, this big, you can, like, actually place it without having to just, like, random chance, you know. Anyway, and so it's like there's things. But yeah, so it's been a lot of fun. Oh yeah, I mean already this is way more details than usual. But yeah, I'm gonna do more details than usual. The tents are cool. Thanks. Yeah, lots more details. I'm still not done. And the little vines. Vines, not veins. I don't think these are veins. They're vines. Maybe vines are plants. But yeah. It is. Yeah, I think it's cute. I need to rework some of these trees, I think. I want to make little, like, swirls and shapey things. Little swirls and shapes. I do know what you mean, but I'm just clarifying because there's other people. You know, going on the record here. But yeah. But yeah, it's a fun painting. I'm going to paint along with you today, doing a kitten palette cleanser. No, you're painting a kitten? Any kitten in particular? Speaking of kitten, apparently my mom's cat had babies, and she sent me pictures of them, and they're adorable. I haven't seen them in person yet, so I'm planning on going over there and seeing it. Some cute kitten rescue. Some cute rescue kitten. Aw. You want to adopt one, but you can't. Not with that attitude. Just kidding. No, but it would be, yeah, having a kitten would be super nice. I like that these towers look like fantasy. Yeah, I'm trying to make them sort of elvish-y something. I have a commission going on right now. This isn't for it, but it's sort of in the realm of this, and so I don't know, I'm kind of just playing around with little, like, forest village and forest vibes. Oh, it's under your apartment contract? I see. Rolento Art, hello! Hello, Rolento, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, it's a small one, but it's, and it's very sketchy, which is, yeah, I might work on it I don't know if I'll work on stream today. But yeah, it's sort of like Elvish Village, but it's very open-ended, and I have a lot of freedom on it, so it'll be fun to play around. But yeah. The last few streams, I think I've done 3 streams now, 3 in a row, where I was just detailing on this thing. So this is like three paintings worth, or 3 streams worth. So I don't know how you would add up the time there, but somewhere more than 2 hours and less than 10, probably. Because, well, that's not true. I streamed for 6 hours last time. But I ramble a lot, and I hardly ever paint, so when I'm talking. So it's not a real, like, 15 hours of painting, but it's a lot more than normal. Love your paintings. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. All right, let's add some, I don't know, little shapes. Little shapes here that could be, maybe this thing's on a hill. I like paintings on hills or environments on hills. They're just pleasant. Trying to put a little bit there, and then we'll put some more of the dark blue over here. But yeah, I think stuff on hills just look nice. They give like a, I don't know, just a little bit different land formation than normal, and it just is nice. Have you ever heard of a rule called the 46 40, I can't speak, 60, 30, 10. I assume you're talking about like the breakup of small, medium, large. I've heard of people splitting into like shapes and amounts, whether it sometimes it relates to color, and you'll do like primary, secondary, tertiary type thing, or primary details, secondary details. I'm not quite sure what one you're referring to, but I've heard of lots of variations of it. Typically it revolves around some breakup of small, medium, large, whether it's shapes or textures or details or whatever. But generally I think that's where I've known it. So I don't know, let me know if that's what you're talking about. But yeah, I actually, and actually I think those are reversed, right? So like the 10 would be the big shapes. 10% of your shapes are big. No, but overall space it might be that breakup, right? Like 60% are big shapes. I don't know. I'm actually now that I'm thinking about it, I am not as confident that I know what you're talking about. Because I have heard in regards to shape, people trying to put numbers to it. I don't really like doing that because there's so many exceptions to the rule that I'm not even sure. There might be more exceptions to the rule than cases where the rule applies. So it's like, but if you follow the rule, it'll look good. I think in any of those kinds of things, like the rules tend to make them look good. They're surefire ways, but there's also so many other ways. I don't know. I try not to get too hung up on the percentages and anything like that. But I will say one thing that I've been striving to do a little bit more of, and this might surprise some people, is that when it comes to the small shapes, or in other words, the details, having a larger percentage of shapes. So like if I'm gonna have 100, obviously this is a hard thing to think about because the ratio might look like, kind of like you said, where it's, maybe 60% is the big shapes or something, and 10% is the other ones. But so compositionally it might look like this, but in terms of the numbers, the small shapes, there's a lot more of them. So like the numbers are reversed. So 60% of the, like volume wise, they still might make up a small percent, but the number of them is like flip-flop. So like the most of the shapes are small shapes, and then you have a few, medium shapes, and then you have very few big shapes, right? But the big shapes are bigger, you just have fewer of them. So like that breakup is something that I actually am striving, I mean, again, not in any, concrete terms, but just spending more time making more intricate and interesting shapes. So if I have a medium shape, maybe taking some more time to carve out little mini shapes, and maybe, just some little interesting stuff. And these things don't have to draw attention. They're just here to, so yeah. I came across the rule let's see. Came across the rule the other day. They pick 60% neutral colors, 30% secondary, and 10% high chrome. Yeah. So that I've heard this in relation to colors and textures and basically everything you can have in a painting. There's going to be some mix of it, and I think if you put all of those together, it basically comes down to you want a good variety and not in equal amounts, right? So like you want some of this, some of that, but you want to vary the degrees, right? You want some dark colors, you want some light colors, but you don't want them to be equal, right? Pick a side. And then same with, like you're saying, neutral colors, secondary. I don't really know what you mean quite by secondary in that case, but yeah, like a primary color, like mostly blue with a, like maybe this painting feels mostly blue with a little bit of green, but then I have a little hint of orange in here as like the high chroma, contrasty colors or something. Like, yeah, that's totally a good, I think that's a solid way to do it. Although you said neutrals, which makes me think of more like desaturated colors, so like, grays and stuff. Which is why I got a little confused with the secondary thing, because then I'm thinking of like another color in here. So I'm not quite sure, but yeah, I think I think those things, if you were to look at all my paintings, my hunch is that a lot of them would follow that, probably. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, if you go looking for it, you're gonna be able to find it, but was the person at the time thinking of it? Probably not. And that's where I think if you're focused on that, it might be a little bit of like putting the cart before the horse, right? Maybe. I don't know. That's always my hunch with those rules. So it's like you kind of like, maybe if you get stuck, you can think about like not the percentage, but like, do I have a good variation? Is it interesting? Do I have a mix, right? Is my painting all saturated? And if so, maybe that's going to contribute to the look of it that I don't like, right? If I can't quite get my colors right, I can ask myself, do I have a mix of warm and cool? Do I have a mix of, grays and bright colors? And do I have a mix of darks and lights? Like, you can kind of go down the list and be like, do I have a good blend of them? But not in any concrete terms. It's just like, these are things to be aware of. And that's how I think of it, I guess. Which is to say, most of the time I'm not. But a lot of the habits are built in to where I think I will probably do those things. Hey, Lego Bimo, how's it going? Rolento Art says, yeah, I agree. It's hard to boil everything down to a single rule. It doesn't really seem right either. Yeah, I just don't think it's the right mental process to follow. Rather than saying, here's the recipe I need, it's better to say, like, I want this thing to be sweet. Like if you're cooking and you're trying to invent some new thing from the ground up, and you're, like, instead of saying, I need a 30% blend of something and a 20 and a 60% of another and then 10 of something else. Instead, I think would make more sense to be like, what is the dominant flavor that I want? Oh, it's going to be sweet. Let's put in a bunch of sugar, right? And okay, well, this is too sweet. Let's add some contrasting flavors to it, but they can't be overpowering, so they need to be a little bit less. And then, in the end, they might come down to that ratio, but like the process of getting there is different. Which is kind of how I feel like even like composition rules are, right? Like the process of getting to a balanced composition, it oftentimes is like, well, if it's in the center, it feels a little stiff, and so maybe I want to shift it over a little, but not too far over, because then it's kind of weirdly on the side of the image, but like, okay, let's just stick it here. And then, oh, I need some other things to kind of balance out here. But like, not too many things, because that'll take too much balance away. And it's like, okay, there's kind of our main focal point, and then we have these little like secondary focal points around the image. And it's like, okay, now we have our, rules of thirds or whatever, or a focal point here and a focal point here. And like, I don't know, it feels like it just kind of works out that way. And then that's about as far as my brain goes. Okay, let's do another quick little thumbnail sketch. I like this, though. This feels like a little sleepy, almost like a sleepy town or something. Maybe it's not a sleepy town, I don't know. I guess when I say all this, though, there is a chance that I'm coming at this from like there are certain things that are probably habit a little bit. And this is what I think makes streaming art hard when you talk about it or try to explain your process, is that the things that I'm focused on now are probably the things that I feel like I need to work on, not the things that I already have, quote unquote, mastered. Not that I've mastered anything, but you know what I mean. Like the stuff that I feel like I've got down pretty well, I'm not thinking about that stuff because I've got it down, right? So when I say, oh, I don't really think about composition, or I don't really think about the rules, like, breaking up my colors into certain breakdowns, or I don't really think about complementary colors, it's hard for me to know if that's because I just like do them automatically and don't think about them, or because I don't think they're as important. Sometimes it's a mix. It's not, it's hard. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's do another little sketchy sketch. This time with pink and white. Maybe some trees, some autumn trees, or maybe some cherry trees. I don't know. I agree, Sleepytown. I like that idea. Yeah. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it. There's nothing special planned for today, so if you're looking for a party, it ain't here. No, no, it's yeah, I didn't even realize it was my affiliate anniversary until Skittle pointed out. People who start drawing early on usually do more organically, but those like me who started later might think more technical approach. So yeah, I think you're probably right. What do you mean by wait? Take a more wait. Do this more. Oh yeah, you mean just like more intuitively? Yeah, I think so. I think you're probably right. People who never really felt like they had to think about it because they just kind of figured it out on their own along the way. Yeah, my issue with that though is that there are so many things in art, just art things, right? There's tons of them. I could list them till the cows come home. Is that the saying? I think so. Like I could rattle off random art things all day. You know, again, we just talked about some of them, but different different things as it relates to edges or shapes or design or whatever, right? Storytelling concepts or fundamental things like perspective and little tricks and tips and things you should do, overlapping shapes and value. Like you could just rattle like random little things that relate to some topic all day. And I think it's just unreliable to expect that you will figure them all out just by painting or just by drawing. Like you might figure a lot of them out if you just start doing it on your own early, but like you're kind of hoping that you reinvent all of the tools, not just the wheel, but like literally all. Like, yeah, you might get 80% of them, but what about the other 20%? Like, there's gonna be things, there's gonna be gaps, there's gonna be obvious things you've overlooked and not so obvious things that you seemingly picked up and overly focused on. Like, it's just hard. Hey, Zexoy, hello! Feliz aniversario de affiliación. Gracias. Thank you very much for the affiliate wishes. My Spanish is a bit rusty, but I got the gist of it. Ooh, I like these. Look at the blue. The blue's nice. But yeah, I always use like the stumbling in a dark room looking for like let's say you hypothetically if you were to put let's say 10 objects in a dark room and you're like go find them and in no direction of where they are. Maybe they're on the ceiling, maybe they're on the floor, but like you have to feel around and try to find them. Like you might find a lot of them, but you also just might be totally unlucky and look in all the wrong places and just by pure dumb luck you come super close to one but you miss it because you're just feeling around randomly, right? That's how the just draw advice always feels to me. It's like, yeah, just go have fun and you'll figure it out. Like maybe you'll probably find some of them, right? Like you'll probably find something if you just explore and hope, but I feel like you've got to have some basis or I don't know, maybe not got to, but it sure as heck helps if you have some direction, right? Just a little bit. Like exploring and experimenting is good, and just painting a lot is super useful, I'm sure, But, like, yeah, I think a little bit of direction can go such a long way. In just letting people know what things they should be paying attention for, you know? Like, if you teach a concept like values early, I would imagine that you can then look for things that relate to values in other people's work and in your own work. So that now you're not just stumbling in the dark, you have this beacon that is values, and you can think, oh, how does this thing relate to values? How does this thing relate to values? And how does this thing relate, right? And then you can, every time you learn a new concept, you're like, it kind of relates to values or perspective or whatever. And then you can start to sort of fill in your knowledge that way through exploration. I don't know. That's my thought on it. So, but yeah, of course, Septic Guy says I've been super busy due to the intensity of the last year of uni, so it feels nice to finally have some respite. Also, happy Pride and hi. Happy Pride and hello. And there's learning something wrong and try to fix it. That's true. Yeah. You can definitely learn things. That I remember when, as a kid, and I'm just now drawing the connection. And I'm sure this is just as true in art, but I it's harder to see. But when I was a kid, I was in gymnastics, and I remember learning to do back handsprings. And there was a huge emphasis on, like, don't try them on your own until we let you. Not because you're going to hurt yourself, but because once you start, like, adding in a twisting motion into your back handspring and you sort of train your body to do it in a certain way, it's extremely hard to undo it, right? It's really hard to untrain a bad habit like that. So that was like a thing that they told us over and over, and I think I never really got that great of them, and I probably did develop some bad habit, but it was one of those things where it didn't feel like a big deal because I wasn't trying to go anywhere with it, but I could see having to spend a long time to untrain yourself or to train yourself to do something else. But in art, it's probably the same. I don't know, because there isn't really an objective right or wrong way, and, like, you know, doing something a little different is nothing wrong with that typically. So but I think for stuff where you're trying to, like, build on concepts, it becomes tough. I don't know. Crunchy, long time no see, hope you're doing well. Rolento, that is one emote. What is that emote? Caitlin S. That's a global Twitch emote? I'm so confused. What is that emote? I never would have guessed that was a global Twitch emote. I am baffled by that. It looks goofy, kinda. I mean, it's funny. It's a nice emote. It definitely emotes something in the truest sense of the word. I'm not hating on it, but it's something. Hi, Silkfield. Hey, I started the thing. I may lurky one these days, but wanted to congratulate you anyway. Ah, thanks. I appreciate it. They have a bunch of arcane emotes. Oh, that's cool. I guess it was a pretty big phenomenon, wasn't it? Yeah, I appreciate it, Crunchy. It's nice of you to pop in. And thank you for the lurks, as always. Lurkers, it means a lot. There's apparently, did you know, there is a term? So, we were just talking about, like, Rolento brought up the 60-30-10 rule, and you know, people talked about the 80-20 rule. There is a rule called the 1% rule, which is 1% of any online community will be active and chatting, and the 99% will be lurkers. Which is apparently a thing on Wikipedia. Like, it's an actual, there's like it has its own Wikipedia page. Which I feel like people already knew that, but it's just, it's a thing. Anyway, okay, everyone else has summer off. Oh, nice. Managed to tune in from work since nobody else on campus except for me. Oh, nice. I'm allowed to slack. Everyone else is off for the summer. Ooh. I always enjoyed being in like university buildings like late when I was the only one there. That was always fun. I don't know what it is. I pressed it by mistake. Sorry. Oh, gotcha. Use ChatGPT. Your English is not all good. Oh, no worries. No worries that your English isn't great. No worries. Seems good to me. You're doing a good job translating. If so, yeah. No worries. All right. I am. But yeah. Silkfield. Oh, does it look good? So I started a little bit on your thing, and I'm just trying to think of like potential, not stories because that's not what you want from me. I'll have to message you because but basically the thing I'm running into is like sort of hypotheticals, like, oh, here's a scenario where like two people are out like visiting the, on the outskirts of like the forest. Let's say there's a little field and some rolling hills and they're like picking flowers or something, right? And so it's like, okay, that could be a setting for like a flower field with the mountains or the forest behind them, right? Or here's where they're, having lunch at a, like, I don't know, at a cafe or something, but it's like in the, also like, or they're in the city of like a foresty village because they're wood elves, so I assume there's a lot of forests and stuff. Um, so I'm kind of trying to think along that lines of like what could they be doing and where would that setting be. So yeah, I, I'll have to share what I have so far. It's not much, just sort of initial sketches. But yeah, glad you like the pink one. It's kind of fun. I do like the colors. They are nice. Let's put a yellow one. You're free to create a story for the. Well, I'm not. I'm not really trying to come up with a whole story, but just like the, like the basis of like you wrote, you said a snapshot. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, I am doing a commission, and yeah, it's kind of like a thumbnail commission in a way, where they're sort of looser sketches, but they have sort of a connection to a world and some stuff. So yeah, it's very cool. It'd be weird if the artist isn't allowed to add any new input. Yeah, but there is a tricky spot where, and I'm not. This isn't a complaint or anything. This is just like in general. There is always a tricky spot with like, depending on what the project is and how much freedom you have, there can be a disconnect between like, I know that certain things aren't okay even though they were never stated, right? Like adding in random alien creatures and spaceships and shooting and explosions, like you've never told me not to do that, but I'm pretty confident that's outside the scope, right? And as I get further and further, there is a line where like I'm just not quite sure what's okay, right? Obviously I know the extremes, right? But I don't, as those extremes come in, there is a little bit of a gray area where like, is this even the right genre or is this not the right thing? And like it's hard to be on that side of it because then you're second guessing all your choices. That's the tricky part. With certain things and certain types of commissions. I don't know if that'll be the case with the one I'm working on for you, but we'll see. It's just like an interesting thing that can happen. I don't think it will, but we'll see. Rolento says, I don't have trouble understanding English because I'm constantly consuming English content. I usually don't have much of a social environment because I'm not, because
of that I'm not good at speaking or writing. Oh, I understand. Yeah, speaking and writing is always, especially speaking, is always way harder, I think. It's from my understanding. It's definitely hard to speak. I mean, I'm not very... I don't know languages very well. I know a teeny tiny bit of Spanish and a teeny tiny bit of German and a reasonable amount of English. And yeah, speaking is above and beyond the harder in all of those. Yeah, yeah, I'll have to message you and just like throw some stuff at you and see if it's you know, just to kind of figure out that I'm in the right spot. But I don't think I'm going wacky crazy or anything. I mean, I'm certainly not. So I don't think I'll have that issue with the commission I'm working on for you. But you know, I also don't want to be so safe that I'm not doing anything interesting. Right? I don't want to be like just doing boring, completely generic nonsense that you don't find interesting at all, right? So there has to be like this, there in theory there's probably a sweet spot of like these things are interesting and innovative and they're exciting, but they're also totally on theme of what you kind of are envisioning. And it's hard, yeah, sometimes, yeah, so it's tricky. And that's that, you know, this is my, you know, that's the challenge, right? That's the challenge of art really, is an art commissions or making art for a project, you know. It's like that is part of the challenge. So I like it, but it's, yeah. I remember my friends asking me if my redhead boy had kinetic powers or if it was possible in my world. I ended up clarifying that he in fact cannot, but it would be cool hypothetical. Yeah. Yeah, it's turning into like a superhero thing would be kind of weird, right? Like it might be cool, but it's if it's so far away from what you were expecting, I wouldn't feel right to even approach that. Like otherwise I'd just be wasting time, right? Here's a little lake. A lake. Maybe a lake. Maybe is it a lake? I don't know. Maybe we'll put a little we were talking about the, you know, putting little bits of color in places. Let's go really, really bold here. Maybe flowers. Flowers over by a lake. That could be a thing. Little flowers. And then, of course, they need to get darker, probably somewhere down here. But I don't want to go too dark. For me, I will go with what artist desires. If you have 1,100 question, I'll be happy to answer. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I will have to respond or message you in you know, either today or tomorrow probably. Um, you know, I'll probably keep doing some sketches though. I have like kind of two sort of kind of not done at all, but like started, almost like thumbnails like these in a way. Although I did put the character blobbies in them just to like as a placeholder. If you have no questions, then Kiyoshi take the wheel. Yeah. No, I think it's better to ask questions than to not and then be wrong or have to redo a bunch of stuff. Okay, do I like this? How bright and vibrant can I get it? Or do I not want it bright and vibrant? Maybe there's... Maybe we have something like that where there's some powered stacked powered buildings They're just a little bit more interesting. They have some shapes to them. Some, again, big, medium, small shapes a little bit. Some smaller shapes there. Even trying to make the shapes offset, so like you have a, you know, a relatively this shape is bigger than that shape, and they're stuff like that. I don't know, just little shapes that could be things. Shapes that can be things. That's some good commentary on my art. Imagine you're teaching a course and you're like, yeah, just put some shapes that can be things. It's that easy. Just... Maybe there's a mountain back here or something. Okay, there's some more shapes that could be things. Very, very blobby. But I like it. I like what this is turning into. There's just sort of like a weird buildings on a lake or something. Although I don't want them to feel like they're massive buildings. So now I'm second guessing myself. Oh, Rolento said something that I missed. I think blue and pink go really well together, too. I also think blue and pink go together well. You know, classic, like, you know, baby boy, baby girl colors. Probably for that reason. I mean, maybe. But yeah, they're nice colors. I mean, you basically are getting into warms and cools, right? Especially with, like, light blue. Because light blue is very desaturated, typically. And so you get this sort of, kind of like what you were talking about with your you know, the 30, 60, 10 thing, right? You kind of have these sort of bright and, you know, these duller colors that aren't super vibrant, but then sometimes you have like a little splash of a bright color, and this kind of acts as warm and cool. Or you could have something like that with a little splash of blue in there. Maybe that, not that color of blue, but like that. And like you can get these little mixes of warms and cools, but also, you know, bright and, or light and dark. Just, I don't know, just different things. It's just a nice little mix. All right, let's do another couple. Let's see, we have greens, blues, pinks. We could do oranges. We could do some orange. Same thing, maybe start with the orange and then go into some blues or purples, and we'll go very desaturated, very light. And then I can mix these oranges into that and sort of get some additional colors in here, some grayish colors. Even if I don't know what I'm painting, it can be a nice way to start. Sort of mix colors together, get a palette. I'm a big fan. My idea with painting is oftentimes when it comes to colors, like when in doubt, just put colors on the canvas. Just take two random colors, maybe a light, maybe a dark, maybe a warm, maybe a cool, and just like start mixing them. Allow them to have variety, and you know, if I take a blue, maybe I take some of that orange and mix it into the blue, and then I get a new color and it's now like a pinky purple, and then maybe I want to increase the saturation and put a dash, and then I mix this color into the orange and into the purple. Yeah, they mostly use this rule in user interface. I was just curious how it would work if applied to a painting. Yeah, I think it can work when applied to a painting, although like I said, I typically wouldn't start there, but you know, I think I think those, a lot of rules I think like that are really good for evaluating, almost like a checklist where you can think of like, okay, what if I were to, I mean, I'm going to use this more in shapes because I don't know about color specifically. I feel like color is more varied, but with shapes, you know, you could ask yourself like, okay, where are my large shapes? Do I have any? And if I don't have any large shapes, let's say instead of this big mountain back here, it was all just little shapes, I might be like, no, I don't. And then maybe I would be like, okay, well, maybe I need to get rid of some of the detail back here or here. And then I'd be like, okay, do I have any medium shapes? Well, yeah, I have some, I have some pretty solid medium-sized shapes. But like, what about the variety in those shapes? Are they all the same? And maybe I could be like, maybe I need a couple more medium-sized shapes. But I want them, maybe some in the background here. And so I'm just, maybe I add some additional shapes or something. If I think I need it. If I don't, if I think it looks good, then I just keep it the way it is. But it might be the case that you look at a painting and ask yourself, like, do I have that 10% of an extra little punchy color? And you might be like, nope, I don't. And you're like, oh, maybe I could add an accent color. Maybe that would look good. And then you can find an accent color to add. Right? I think that happens a lot in a painting like this, where it's like, okay, I have some portion of this red and pink, right? So that's primary color number 1. And then I have a little tiny bit of a medium amount of blue. And like, I don't really have a tertiary color, right? I don't really have like a punchy, lime green or something that's like a focal point or something. And like, I could probably get away with that in here. Silkfield, anyway, I gotta go. Bye. Thanks again. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for popping in. Have a good rest of your day. So yeah, I'm a big fan of sort of checklists or not checklists in like, maybe a checklist isn't the right way. Flashcards, so to speak, right? I'm a big fan of having a list of potential things and just to remind yourself to think about them. And this isn't even just true for art. This could almost go for anything. Where it's like, did I consider all sides of the story, Like, there's my side, but then there's the other side. Or there's what if I'm wrong, but also what if I'm right? What if they're wrong? And what if they're right, right? Like, there's more that... And sometimes it's easy to, like, completely ignore one. And you don't even consider the fact that maybe you're wrong or something, I don't know. Stuff like that. I find it useful, almost just as like a philosophical sort of way to think about things. Like, I just think it's good practice probably to consider those alternatives. Sometimes it's just easy to forget. It might be a bit of the relationship between gesture and structure. One is very flexible, the other is very rigid. It's up to us to play with the balance between them. Yeah, I think so. Same goes for painting. It feels right to keep the rules in mind while also trying to bend them a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I think I don't even know if I would call it bending them. I always feel like that's... The only reason I think the rules get bent is because the rules were these not really rules in the first place. They were just like very black and white thinking around certain ideas. And it's like, when you start adding nuance, there's gonna be at times when you don't do the normal thing. I don't know. I feel like, again, almost more often than not, I feel like the rules aren't the way, but they're just not as common, right? It's like there's more cases in which the rules that you would think of as rules don't apply, but that they just don't pop up as much, but there's still more total cases of it, right? Of all the ways to paint a face, right? Most of them are not going to have perfectly symmetrical eyes, right? You're gonna... The second... There's only one, right? This when it's staring right at you. But the second you turn it or tilt it, suddenly things start... I guess there's more, right? Anything looking straight up or straight down. But if it's not aligned with the camera, there's a lot more ways that it isn't. But it might be the case that you still run into those front-facing views more often. Even if, because like when you're talking to someone or something, right? There's a lot of cases where just because it's not the most, like, overall common, it doesn't mean that you don't see it the most. I don't know why I made an example with faces, but there we go. I don't know. So I think stuff like that happens. I don't know. Lots of interesting topics sort of intersecting this conversation potentially. Lots of blue. What shall we put up here? What if what should I draw? Maybe there's some, speaking of gesture, you mentioned gesture. Maybe I'll apply that here. I'm gonna put more like, I'm thinking like wavy gestures and stuff with lots of movement. You know, we don't do a lot of shapes that are coming upward. I feel like I don't. Maybe there's like a, I mean, we could be looking upward. I don't know. Kind of just making shapes now. Making shapes, trying to compositionally bring things into interesting spaces. Or like having angles that in my painting that I might not normally have, or yeah, stuff like that. Why is my nose itchy? I don't know. Also, I need a haircut. I have an appointment tomorrow for a haircut, but my hair has been getting so long. I'm way overdue for it. I feel like I was remember saying myself like a month ago how much I need a haircut. I actually heard this example from Steve Houston when he talked about balance between those two things, gesture and structure. One is flexible, the other is very rigid. It's up to us to play with the balance between them. Yeah, I think that, I mean, yeah, that's probably a good way to articulate it. At least it seems useful. I think it's not too different than the topic that I have brought up before. You've been cutting your own hair for 15 years. I totally recommend it. Yeah, I could probably do that, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure I would trust myself. But yeah. Definitely would save money. But yeah, no, I don't think that topic, though, of gesture versus structure is too different than the conversation around like depicting something like what is it? Then being realistic versus or what's the thing? Between like communicating and being accurate, right? Like so just because something is realistic or accurate to real life doesn't mean it's communicating what it is. Like there's a lot of really confusing stuff in the world, and just because it's there doesn't mean people know would understand it if they looked at it. So it's your job to make them understand it by changing it, exaggerating it, pushing, pulling, right? And so there's this constant balance between like I could be perfectly strict to how it really is, but that might not be as communicating the idea or the gesture or the expression as much as if I fudge things a little. And so it's kind of the same dynamic where like you have to bend things and make things different than they actually would be if you were just to copy them one to one and be very rigid in your structure, right? Like that to me is like that's where accuracy isn't the end all be all. So I feel like those two concepts are kind of the same. They're just worded in very different ways. And maybe they're slightly different because they touch on different things. I don't know. But there's a lot of stuff like that in art where it's almost like, you know, You can say the same thing a billion different ways, and it sounds kind of new and different and insightful every time. Maybe there's some birds. I haven't painted birds in a while. Not bird. I guess I've added like birds as like a what am I trying to say? I've added birds as like a background, like birds for scale type thing, but I haven't really added birds like as a focal point in a long time. Like, what if there was a bird coming in here? I don't really know how to draw birds, but, you know. Maybe we don't want to do it. Maybe we go like this, put the bird head up here. And then the feet can go here. I don't know. Something like that. Some birds. Sometimes I overthink it and I'm drawing less, which definitely is a problem. No, I'm not saying that you're doing anything. I just feel like there's a lot of... And actually, I think it's good to state the same thing in different ways. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's actually... I can't speak for all artists, but myself, that's how I learn stuff, is by taking a concept that seems so simple, like, I don't know, perspective or something, and... Or not perspective, I don't know, just taking a concept that seems so simple, but then applying it to something else that's slightly different, and you're like, oh, it should have been obvious, but I've never thought about it that way. And then it totally clicks. Like, I think this happens a lot in when you apply like physics to art, right? Like we have certain things that we know are true about how things behave. Like, we know that water runs downhill, and I don't know. I'm trying to think of other things, but like, we know certain things about it, right? We know certain stuff about the world, but when you actually start applying that to a painting and to storytelling and design, suddenly it's like, oh, I can use this fact about the world to communicate something that in a way that maybe isn't as obvious. And it's like, nothing inherently was complicated about it, but just by, I don't know, thinking about it slightly different, you can use it in a way that's very useful. I don't know. That might have been too vague. I don't like barbers because they're always making comments about my hair. I'm going bald. Yeah, my hair's thinning, and it's... I don't really know what to do. Like, that's actually why I would be more likely to want to go to a barber, because they actually have advice, because they know how hair works. Whereas I don't, and I feel like it's... I don't know. I mean, I don't really care. Like, my hair's thinning. You know, I'm like, yay, genetics, you know? So I don't really care too much, but there is still an element of, like, I don't want it to look too stupid. Right? Like, it's very easy for it to look very stupid, and it is right now for me, but yeah. I try not to worry too much about it, but it's one of those things where sometimes you can't help but, you know, something in the world will draw attention to it, whether it's not about you or not, but either way, there will be things that will, which, again, isn't unique to me. Okay, I don't quite know what I'm painting here, but it's kind of cool. Maybe there's some mountainy things back here. And then these eagle things are flying through. So maybe there's some shapes over here. Trying to outline the shapes. Maybe there's some shapes here that are a little bit brighter. Maybe they're a little bit warmer too. Kind of like that. Thanks for the great chat. I've got to go now, but I'll definitely watch the replay. I learned so much watching the drawing. Aw, thank you. I hope you come back too. Or enjoy watching the replay. I can't guarantee that the VODs are good quality, but yeah. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Hope to see you again. Okay. But yeah, I think I'm going to add in some... I don't even know what I'm painting, so it's hard to know what I'm going to add in. I kind of like this big shape here, but it might be a little bit too in our face. What if we do something like that? I'm just trying to give myself more real estate here to work with. And maybe I can do that also just... You know, I saw an image the other day. I don't know what it was, but it was like... Gosh, oh, what? Maybe it was in a movie. No, I haven't watched a movie recently. What was it in? Was it in real life? I don't know what it was in. But in the image, whatever I saw, it was an image where, like, there was a... Like, a little tiny, you know, there's like a whole bunch of obscured stuff in the scene. And then there was a little window, and then there was like a whole world, right? There was like mountains and a thing. And for some reason, even though, and it might have been in real life, which is what's confusing me so much about it. The way that like our brain focuses, right? Even though in my view, 90% of whatever I was looking at was, you know, a wall or whatever, and then there was like a door, but, you know, 90% of the stuff was not in the door, but it felt like there was just so much space. There was so much stuff going on here, jam-packed into my visual field, right? Tons of different items or things or whatever. Maybe it was a store I was looking into, and it felt like there was an entire scene in this area. But in my actual view, right, was all the other, and it's like, this is a terrible composition, but the way that we are able to focus in on something in real life and completely black out all of this is just kind of amazing. Like, you can have something completely in your field of view, but you just don't even see it. And so it's, instead of drawing it like this, it would make more sense to, you know, draw it like this, because this is closer to what we would see, you know? And so it's like, okay, we could just make this much larger, and it's like, okay, well, here's the view that I actually saw. You know, it's really, we had a ton of big, it was almost like I'm zooming in with my eyes, even though I'm not seeing things that more clearly. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, anyway, I was thinking about that in relation to this image, because like I want it to feel like there's a lot of space back here, and we're looking through sort of these branches, but then there's just, you know, these vast mountains or something back here. And that's really hard for me to do. So yeah, that's a thing. Also, I'm sitting on my foot. It's fallen asleep. Flamingo foot. All right. Also, do I want to work more on this today is another question. I'm not sure. And as always, if anybody wants to share any art or what they're working on, or just even just let me know what you're working on, I'd love to know. And I'm sure other people would be curious too. Okay. Let's see. You know what? Let's play around with this one more. Let's go real wacky. Hard mix. I've never used this layer mode in my life. What does hard mix do? I have no... I'm so confused. Okay. Does anyone know... Okay, now I'm curious. I'm gonna science this. If anyone knows what hard mix is doing, let me know. Because I'm gonna need all the hints I can. This is gonna be like a puzzle. Okay. Let me merge these, first of all. Make a new layer. Does hard mix do the same thing when the layers are split? It does, okay. So it's not relating to the layers, okay. Let's take white, pure white, and then a gray. So purely on the dimension of value, what does hard mix do? Let's do red. Why is red not mixing? Okay, well now it's mixing with white. So if I go down a little bit more, this should be white too? No. At what point is this also white? Why are these two white? Hold on. No, now all three are white. Now all of them are white. So 20%. That one's red. So if the value... So what's my hypothesis here? What's happening? If the value, because this is like a 20%, so, or it's, I guess it's red, so it's fairly dark, it will cover, it will not mix with the color at all, unless it is dark, lighter? No, darker than the value, maybe? And then if it is darker than the value, it'll just it'll just put down the red in purest form. Is that the idea? No, because it's also mixing with color over here to make things different. I don't know what it's doing. What about this? Does this function the same? Okay, so it seems to be value. This will be purple. This will be green. Okay. But if I move it over here at the 50% mark, now it mixes colors more than the 50%. So confused. What about on this axis? So this is making... Why is this going dark black now? So on this dimension, it's black, and over 50% is here. Also, hi Beats. So this should be less black. Okay. So what I don't... Regardless of what it's doing, I want to get to a point where my brain can make a prediction about what's going to happen when I, put a color over my painting. Because if I can't make a prediction, it's hard for me to justify using the tool, right? It's hard to be like, I'm gonna go and pull this tool out and use it, right? You've got to be able to make a prediction in your brain. Thank you so much for the sub. I very much appreciate you, Smugsy. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for the subs and the support. Okay, Beats, you can let me know the description if you'd like. I could have also Googled it, but I do like playing around because I like to understand what it feels like to do certain things with it. Okay, hard mix, the RGB values of the applied layer are added to those of the layer below. If the total RGB value is higher than 255, it is treated as 255. If the total RGB value is lower than then 255 is treated as 0. Why? wait. The total RG. So when it's is it saying for each? Oh, okay. So that explains why it will turn into a solid pigment of like yellow, because in this case, only in the areas apparently where it's bright, for example, and it mixes with this. Okay, I think I got it. I think I'm starting to understand it. So in the case of like red, this whole painting is going to be red, or mostly, because every single value or pixel here, when mixed with this color, is over 255, meaning it's like, right, red is, that's the max, right? And when you add other pigments to it, it will treat it as red. But as I go down to like 50%, only the areas where there is current, well, this is a bad example because there isn't that much red, so it'll probably, except maybe in like the dark, I would imagine, or the light. No, wait. Oh yeah. And because there's only like half of 255, so I don't know. What's half of 255? 175? 176? Because I'm only at the halfway mark, a lot of these colors do not have enough red in them to meet that threshold, so then they go to 0 or whatever, so that they're white. But in other places, in like the yellow value. Well, why is it yellow then? Hold on, because both red and green are at 250. So only red and green, but there isn't enough blue, I guess. Is that the idea? Why can't I? So in this case, when I added red, there wasn't enough blue to meet the threshold, and so it dropped that value to 0, which left me with yellow. That's weird. I don't really get why you'd ever want to use this. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is there a single case? And then the reason why here it's adding up in the way that I thought is because gray is like an even mix of all of the values, right? Or all the colors. So like these red values are 154. And so at slightly less than 50%, right? About half of these are going to meet the threshold and half of them aren't. But as I drop that below 50%, or below 50%, then the next threshold is met. And so that would make sense there. Okay, I think I'm getting it. I still don't know how to use it. Other than if I wanted to push certain things. It does have a little bit of like fragmented, almost like a comic book vibe of like things being torn out of a page, or I don't know. It has a look to it, but I'm not sure if I'd ever use it. And maybe on low opacity it's okay, because then you're introducing like pure color, but in a weird blended way. I don't know. Hard mix is a strange thing. Not sure I'm gonna use it. But I learned something, so I can feel good about myself for today. I don't always learn stuff, I feel like. I'd like to always learn stuff every day, but it definitely is not the case that I do. There. Just slapping in some blue in here, because I think the blue looks nice. Yeah. They do get some interesting textures, though. Maybe it's useful for checking color balance if you use it as a filter. Maybe? I don't see that, though, because things like gray, for example, have a lot of color in them, right? They have a lot of, like, a dark gray has almost the wait, what? No, it doesn't. Hold on. Sorry. A light gray, forgot we were in RGB. A light gray has almost all the pigments already, right? It has almost all of the RGB values that to meet that 255 threshold, right? So if you have bright colors in like a bright gray, even if you don't have any colors, it's like a weird pseudo. I don't know. I don't get how. I don't know when you would use it. Even understanding kind of maybe sort of what it does. Hard mix. Because like no matter what I do. Oh, this isn't hard mix anymore. Although I swear this is inverted, but whatever. I don't get it. It does kind of do a magic trick where when you blend it like this and I pick a dark color and it's like now it's making shapes here. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't really claim to know what it's doing. I mean, I sort of have a feel a little bit for it, but it definitely seems like there's some stylization stuff you can do because it has a little bit of like chromatic aberration look to it where it kind of shifts everything into CMYK values, but not really. Actually does it? It might literally always shift it into CMYK because you're adding red. No, but it can still get into red. Can it get into the exact color that we're in? No. See, it does. No matter where I move this, it will always be red, green, blue, or CMYK, I think. Right? So there's red and blue, but there's also magenta. Then there's yellow. So it's not just RGB. It will. The colors will always be red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, yellow, black, or white. Right? I think that's it. You can't get an orange in here, for example. There's no way to make orange because those values will either be 0 or 255. And so you can't have a combination of that. So just mathematically, yeah, there aren't enough ways to make anything other than what is this? Oh, let's. I'm not gonna do math, but I'm gonna just make tallies. So you have red, green, blue, and you can have one of each, right? So you could have appreciative of the current lesson. So you could have like one red and 0 of the others, or you could have one red. I'm gonna write these smaller. I'll do it this way. Hold on. I don't know why I'm writing these out. It just red, green, blue. So you could have like 1, 0, 0. You could have 1, 1, 0. You could have 1, 1, 1. Whoops. Or you could have 0, 1, or 0, yeah, 1, 0, or 0, 1, 1. Or 1, 1, 1, which we've already done, right? Or you could have 0, 0, 1. I think that's it, right? Those 6 options, which is, right, red, yellow, well,
we have red, green, blue, yellow, cyan, magenta, right? So let's see, red, and then this would be blue. This one is green. Green, blue is cyan. Or no, wait, green, blue is, yeah, cyan. Red, green is yellow. And then this is white. Wait, where's magenta? Am I missing one? Oh, we are. We're missing red and blue. Magenta. So yeah, so we have CMYK, and then black would be 000. I missed two of them. So yeah, we have CMYK, red, green, blue. Anyway, that's kind of interesting. It's such a weird... I don't know why you would use it. Maybe there would be a way where you could take like a 50% value and you could color everything to be either those flat colors. I don't know. Chaos Kitsune, hello! I now I'm thinking of like maybe there was a point in time where like somebody only had those pigments but you couldn't mix them or layer them. You just needed to only use those pigments as their pure color. And maybe you could do like some hard mix color where there might be maybe there's something to do with like trying to get at the CMYK values of each. I don't know. I'm stretching here. I would let me just Google when to use hard mix. Photoshop. I'll assume Photoshop is. What is hard mix mode used for? Hard mix mode is used in image editing to blend layers. When you blend in a layer using hard mix mode, the result is an image that is only either pure black or white pixels or the deepest shade of red, green, blue, cyan, yellow, magenta. Okay, we've established that. To achieve a natural appearance, keep the fill setting between 10 to 20%. To blend in a layer. I don't get it. Was just doing the same thing. I don't get what it means. So is it saying it's used when you blend in a layer? I don't get it. I don't feel like it has any application in digital painting in a way that would ever be useful. I would love someone to be like, I use hard mix in my painting process. Let me know. If you use hard mix in your painting process, please share your work and explain why and how you use it. Because I would love to know. I feel like there probably isn't any artists out there who actively, unless it's like a stylistic thing where you like those punchy colors. But that's not the same as like just other than I guess it's just like I think it looks cool, so maybe that's why. And I guess like blending modes, I'm just trying to make an argument for it kind of, but like any blending mode, they typically will push your painting towards certain colors because certain colors are gonna come up more often. Like with those, right? It basically, no matter how nuanced and varied your painting is, if you use hard mix, everything will fall into those 6 colors or 8 colors, right? There will not be any, like, even if you don't use it on full opacity, it'll still push them in those directions. And even things like overlay, which I love, and color dodge, which I love, do the same, right? They push them into those, high, like color dodge, for example, pushes it into high value, so brighter and more saturated, right?
And so if you started out with a lot of nuance and grays, color dodge will just not keep those. It'll obliterate your nuance. And so over time, there will be like a stylistic look if you use those things, right? Because they nudge your colors in a direction. Which, you know, could be a desirable thing. If you like the look of that and you use it a little bit in your process, it will push you towards that area. So I guess that could be a reason to do it, just so that it adds like I don't know, it pushes your painting in a direction that you like. I don't know, something interesting to think about anyway. Even if I never want to use it. Whoa, what's happening? Chakuri raid! Welcome, raiders! Chakuri. Chrissy Carson! Chop real smooth. How's it going, Chop? And Chrissy Carson, what were you working on today? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Happy affiliate anniversary! It is my affiliate anniversary, which I discovered today. Hannah Cromwell, hello! Thank you for the wishes. I'm still not sure why it's an affiliate anniversary and not just like a what do you call it? Like the start of your stream. Well, I didn't know it was until I went live today and people started wishing me happy affiliate anniversary. Apparently Twitch is just like throwing that everywhere. I didn't even realize it. But hey, that's cool, I guess. So yay. It's a party. I don't know. But yeah. Rue Makes, happy affiliate day, thanks. But yeah, I'm celebrating the day by doing exactly what I normally do, which is ramble about art stuff and paint pictures. This is something I'm working on, which is a puzzle illustration. I'm also doing some thumbnails today and just back to normal kind of. But yeah, the last 3 streams, I've done some detailing. I've done some... This is a little... Stylistically, it's a little different than I normally work in. But been doing some details and paintings for like for a little puzzle. It's going to be a puzzle. I'm gonna turn this into a puzzle. A piece... Oh, you're telling them about you making a piece for puzzles? Yeah, I think it'll be fun. Fun patterns in the tent. Yeah, my goal... I obviously am not done, right? This is not painted at all. And the trees are just messes. But my goal is to have little plotches of like, here's an orange splotch and here's a purple splotch, and even, you know, there is a lot of green and blue, admittedly, but hopefully, you know, within, like on this edge, for example, there's a gradient from dark blue to light blue. And then maybe there's like, you know, even in these bushes back here, every bush will be like, oh, here's a dark green with light dots, but here's a light green with dark dots, right? So my goal is to make it so even if you get a puzzle piece, you know, if your puzzle piece is this big, that you can, you know, it's not just going to be impossible. I want it to be an easy puzzle. Basically, that's, long story short, I want it to be an easy puzzle. So that's my goal. Just kind of my first try puzzle. I don't know, it'll be fun. I'm really enjoying it. It's sort of opening my eyes to detail. And, you know, normally my stuff's very loose. But yeah. Dark Insanities, hello. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thanks. It's the anniversary of when you could start making money. Yeah, but like nobody starts making... I don't even make money now on Twitch hardly. Like, not really. Like every month or two I make like the minimum. So I make my $50 every 2 months, basically. I think. Maybe not. So sometimes it's like 3 months. And sometimes it's I don't know. Twitch money is pretty low, let's be real. Encouraging. Oh yes, please do share art. Yes, Shakira, you know the drill. Share your art. But yeah, anyone else who wants to share art, also share your art. I'd love to see what you guys make. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I mostly do... What did I just do? I mostly do thumbnails, little quick sketches, followed by us picking one and voting. I generally just start without any plan. I don't like using the term from imagination, but more by, for better or for worse, that is what I'm doing. I just pick colors. I pick, come up with stuff on the fly. But yeah, Chakiri in all caps says Ronite. Yeah, Chakiri's here. You mean you're not making bank on streaming? What? Me? Rolling in the dough from stream? No, I'm not. Maybe someday. No, I have been thinking. The old brain's been working and thinking, and I've been playing around with the idea in my noggin that maybe this year I might try to go for partner if it's possible. I don't know if it would be possible. I feel like I'm quite a ways off. But they do take into account raids. And I think it could be possible. So I don't know. I'd like to try to get partner. Not that that would change anything. You have the numbers for it, I feel? No, I don't. I think my average right now, my 30-day average is like 50 viewers. Or 60, 50, 55 maybe on a good day. But, I have to maintain that though. I don't know. I definitely don't have it right now. We'll see. We will see. You have the numbers, plus you're very engaging and your art is inspiring. Oh, well, I'm glad you think so. If I can get 20 more average people to think the same, then maybe I'll have a shot at partner. Or just get some big grades. Maybe? No. I'm not too worried about it. It's one of those things, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. Yeah. Such a mood. Also, those shapes are amazing. Oh, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Chakiri's shapes and mood are always amazing. If you guys don't know Chakiri, then what are you waiting for? Here's Chakiri's art. Look at the gradients, the subtle color shifts. Look at that. What's happening? Why is this not? Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, here we go. Yeah, look at the gradient, the color gradients from like the blues to the peak purples to the other purples, or to the, we get like the dark colors to the reddish colors that are slightly less dark, or the teals gradients to the non other colors. I don't know my colors. You just have all these little subtle colors and gradients and mixes and but also these hard edges with your super shapy stuff. I love this. I love the way you paint. It's so loose and expressive, but also hard-edged and graphical and neat. The non-other colors? I don't know. I don't know. Colors shifting into other colors that aren't the same color. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet now. I'm making a fool of myself. No, just all... It looks so good, though. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, Nyla. I assume it's Nyla. Thanks for coming in with the Chakiri raid. Yeah, Chakiri's art is so inspiring. I feel like you have such a good, like, you got good skill with color and shapes. I could just look. See, I feel like I could just look at even like a sketch or a painting. Like, I don't know if you call this a sketch or a painting, but I could look at this for such a long time and just like the little subtleties, and I don't know. It's very cool. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Before you guys came in, we were fiddling around with hard mix mode, trying to figure out what the heck it does and how anyone would ever use it. And I've come to the conclusion that nobody uses it. I'm sure someone does, but I refuse to believe it until I see it with my own eyes. It wouldn't surprise me if Chakiri's like, I use it. I use hard mix. But yeah. I feel like she probably doesn't. Maybe, though. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Happy June. It do be. I forgot that it was June on last time I streamed, so today is the first day of June for me. I'm just pretending this is the first stream of June. Okay, so I am gonna paint at least one more thumbnail. I think this let's make a little building with some overhang, some sort of fancy thing, maybe like maybe it's in a forest. I like my buildings in forests. The mix between trees. Maybe there's some sort of lead into this where there's like, I don't know, some sort of path leading in. I don't know. Just colors and stuff. That's what I'm doing here today. Putting colors and stuff on the canvas. Sometimes I cycle through the other color modes because I don't remember what they do, then go, ew, so yeah. Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. We sort of figured out what it does, though. That we did a little, like, I don't want to call it a deep dive into this. Also, white, that's hard light. That's not what I wanted. I wanted hard mix. So we kind of figured out what it does. Which is to say, it's confusing and stupid and no one would use it. But it basically adds or mixes every single RGB value of the current colors, and if it is over 255, it locks it at 255. If the value for any red, green, or blue is under that, it drops it to 0. So you basically end up with every single color, either red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, yellow, black, or white. So you end up with those 8. So you basically end up with, you know, if I'm adding red to it, chances are it'll be in those red families. If I'm adding like a green or yellow or something, this will, you know, you might end up with some of the mixed colors. But if I don't add enough of it, then those amounts will be different. So some of them won't meet the threshold, so it'll drop it to 0, or it'll add it to white. Like it's just kind of ugly, and I don't really understand when you would use it. Like, why? I don't know. I just don't get it. Anyway, these are incredible. I just checked your Instagram. Love this. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I realize on first impression these aren't. I don't know. Like I don't typically spend a long time making nice looking stuff, so it's always this awkward experience when people first pop in. I actually ran into this the other day. We had our biggest raid ever from the comic book person himself, Jim Lee, who raided us with like 1,300 people last week, or was it week before last? I don't remember. And I'm over here making like blobby paint splotches and just not, you know, like I don't feel like I'm doing my best work. And then all these people come in, I'm like, oh my gosh, now I have to like make a first impression. And like, how do I do this? And so there was this like little bit of, yeah, he rated me. It was something. Although I didn't really know who he was. And everyone is like, oh my gosh, it's him. And you know, everyone knows, of course they came from the stream, but everyone knew who it was. And it was like, I didn't really know who he, like I knew the name. I knew he was a big deal, apparently. I couldn't tell you what he had done. Anyway, and it was pretty cool. He seemed pretty nice. He hung out and chatted for a bit, but it was, Mike Shinoda rated one friend, and that friend did not know who he was. Yeah, that's hilarious. I've heard Mike Shinoda rated a few people. I know he's rated Zillustrator, who is a big Mike Shinoda fan, and there is a lot of like, yeah, it's super cool when people who have huge fan bases and are known raid people who are their fans, or maybe not their fans, and maybe they don't know. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a fun experience to just like meet the community members who do things that are slightly similar or slightly not similar. I don't know. But yeah, it was fun. My god, long link. Yeah, they don't even let us delete the ending parts of the link. Ah, Rona! I didn't actually mean to share it on screen unless you care. Can I share this on screen? Because this is super cute. Rona, that is adorable. Look at the kitten. Look at that. I just see links and I click them. That is not good, by the way. Don't do that. I mean, do click Rona's link because it's adorable. But in general, if you see a link, you shouldn't just immediately click on it. You should figure out what it is first. That is super cute, Rona. I love that. I love the soft, cute face. It's adorable. Also, you do such a good job with like white fur and dark fur, like just fur in general. He's not much, just the chief creative officer of DC Comics. Yeah, you know, just small fry. No, but he introduced himself as, oh, I'm a Pokemon artist, because he was painting Pokemon. And I genuinely didn't really know. I mean, I knew he wasn't, but not really. So, yeah, it was funny. But anyway, okay. Because he was, yeah, okay. But yeah, Rona, that is absolutely adorable. Thank you so much for sharing. That is super cute. Okay, maybe we'll paint tree. Let's put a little building in here. Maybe we'll oh, I know. We'll go like this. We'll put these little houses. Like this. And then this can be part of the roof. Maybe? I mean, all my art is blobs at the start. No, it doesn't look blobby. It doesn't look blobby at all. It has a softness to it, but it looks good. I feel like with the subject matter, it works really well, right? Because kittens are soft and fluffy and, well, kind of blobby. And so it works. But, like, yeah, I could see if you were painting in the exact same way and doing, like, a, you know, I don't know, just a full character, like, I think it would look more like a work in progress. But I feel like for fur, it kind of looks just like a choice, you know? Not like, oh, you're halfway through the painting. Because I think it works. It works for what you're doing. I don't know. That's my thought anyway. I think there's something to be... This is something that I've thought about a bit. Sort of like working in a way that fits the subject that you're working in. Because, like, I think about this a bit, because, like, for environments, I think oftentimes the mood is kind of what you're going for, right? You just want, like, oh, it feels like it's a vast landscape, or, like, because it's not really about, like, that random rock you painted, right? It's about the, you know, oh, it's a sunny day. It's a, I mean, at least for me, right? That's typically what it's about. And so if you can paint in a way that does that, with maybe, you know, maybe there's lots of texture, there's lots of random things in the painting, but I feel like you do that. I feel like you do that really well with most of what you paint. You love the color combo on this one? Thanks. Yeah, it's fun. Just kind of playing around. Maybe play around with some more oranges or something in here. Maybe there's some flowers. Maybe there's like maybe there's a flower shop and there's little orange flowers in hanging down here in the windows or something. Maybe there's some greenery. I say greenery as I'm literally putting orange and yellow on the thing. But, you know. Yeah. Although I will say, I think some of this green is way too green. I think we can get rid of that. We don't need the bright green up top. I think what we can do is put more green and yellow up near the top and more bluish greens down at the bottom. Although I don't think I'm going to go too blue-green. But Makes me want to visit that place? No. That's always a very nice compliment. I feel like right now it's just like vibes. There's nothing concrete to it, which is okay. I actually don't mind that. How are you doing today, Joe? I am doing well. My day is good. I haven't really done much today. Uh, yeah, just kind of chilling. I feel like I don't have any big stories to tell. Let's see. Anything exciting happened lately? I mean, not really. I went to the dentist yesterday. That's not exciting. No, not even yesterday. Tuesday? I don't know. What else? What in my life is exciting? I mean, I'm working on the puzzle. This is exciting. This is the exciting thing that I'm working on. Is my puzzle. I have a commission that's going on, which is a lot of fun. Very in line with what I normally do, so that's great. But yeah, some art stuff. I would like to visit a good amount of Joe's landscapes Joe paints. Now that I think about it, no. Got good teeth. I did not have any cavities. Although my teeth are kind of ugly, like they're kind of stained because I drink so much tea. And apparently it still stains them, even though I brush and, but yeah, no cavities. Paint the dentist's office. God, my dentist's office. That is a story in and of itself. So I live in the middle of nowhere, like a farmer town kind of, or town in the middle of farmland. And there's a lot of rednecks here, for lack of a better word. A lot of farmers, a lot of hunting, and the sorts. They like their anyway. My dentist office, it's like a shared building with a bunch of other dentists and different orthodontist stuffs. And so I don't know who did the decorating, but when you walk into the lobby, it looks like one of those weird hunting lodges. It actually looks like a hunting lodge. There's I kid you not, a giant mounted moose head, or maybe an elk head. I think it's an elk head. I think there's two of them. There's antlers and there's just everything you would expect in an outdoorsy. It's the weirdest thing. And why is it a dentist office? Why would a dentist? I wish I took pictures. I didn't ever think this would come up in conversation, so I never took pictures, but it is the weirdest vibe for a dental office ever. Oof, that's so wild. It is very weird. Once you go into the actual rooms to get your teeth worked on, it looks like a normal dentist office, right? There's nothing weird about it. I don't want the dentist to also be a hunter trophy. Yeah, I don't know what the vibe. It's just weird. It's just a weird kind of vibe. It's a very bad combo. I mean, is it? I don't know. I don't even think it's my dentist. I don't even know. What else are they gonna do there? What's their motivation for their job? I'm not quite sure what you're getting at, but what, they pull teeth and keep them as trophies? What's the, what are you getting at? Now I'm afraid. Should I be afraid? Oh no. But yeah, it's just kind of a weird vibe. Anyway, let's see. No, nothing really going on. I do like these colors though. They're kind of nice. Find the tooth trophy cabinet. Sure, when you find the tooth trophy cabinet, yeah, that'd be weird. No, it does give me a little bit of that redneck vibe where it's I kind of have this association, when there's a problem, well, like your parents. I don't know if you. So my dad, for example, growing up, he he would be like, hey, I can just go grab the pliers and we can pull your tooth out if it's, if it's loose or something. Or like people you see in like cartoons or maybe in real life where you like tie a string around your tooth and put the doorknob and then you slam the door. It's like that kind of behavior where it's like that would be very in line with what I would associate with people who are like outdoorsy hunters. It's like there's just kind of this like if you need it kinds of folks is like sticking to the rules and having good methodologies for how they go about things. So now when you put them in like a medical procedure, those two cultures feel like they clash a little bit, right? I don't know. I think that's the weird thing that I get from it. It's weird. Yeah, anyway. They fly. No, it's just a weird. It is a weird vibe. I'm not too worried about it though. Okay, enough about my dentist. I don't know why this conversation. I don't know why I brought it up. But yeah, everybody's very nice. I have more I could say on it, but it's probably not that important. Okay, so there's a thumbnail. Can we do one more real quick? Maybe. Let's use the same colors we have here. Oranges. Orange colors. Maybe some greens. But not too many greens. Let's add a little more. Well, because then we're gonna vote. So let's add some people here. Maybe these people, let's see, their eyes are gonna be where my eyes are, and eyes line is eye line. So let's just slap in some, like, for example, character standing here, and then another character standing here. So for anybody who doesn't draw a lot of like scenes with people in them, as long as the proportions are kind of samey from person to person, you can stick all their heads on the horizon and it will. Now the question is this gonna look good? I don't know. Also, this is a little bit different of a perspective than I would normally take. Got people walking. I don't know. It's like a crowded space. Literally just drawing people. The only issue with this, imagine a world where everybody is the same height. I feel like, do you feel like height is a... What do you mean by that? I feel like height is one of those things where despite there is a big difference, very, very few people actually care or feel... I mean, let's be real. A lot of things are definitely built for like a certain average height, right? Like 5'6" or whatever. I don't know. I feel like people are pretty good though at I think in general design terms though, if everybody was the same height, you'd have I don't know, a lot of... Well, I think people care about their height to some degree, but I feel like it's more like other people care about people's height, or at least there's an impression, so some people care a lot. Like if you think there's a problem, if people care about height, you're dumb. Sorry, I just no, a little bit blunt there, but I feel like it should be a non-issue. I don't want to be people who make anything their personality. I feel like as far as those kinds of things, height is pretty small. Height is dumb, noted. I don't feel like it shouldn't matter how tall people are. Height, but a different thing. Like, if the world is designed for right-handed people, obviously left-handed people are going to struggle with things. But nobody should care if you're left or right-handed, right? Height feels like a weird middle ground because some people obviously do. But similarly, unless there's an area where like you are actively not, you feel like you're left. You have a bunch of dumb social things that people seemingly care about stuff, and I don't know. Who cares how tall? Hot take, I know. But anyway, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of drawing shapes. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what we're talking about. I feel like I don't know. Obviously, things like, you know, sports and stuff like that run into weird issues with height, right? Because obviously that's a major advantage if you're doing something like basketball. So you literally are basically, why even invest the time there? Like, I mean, do it because it's fun, I guess, but don't, you know, like, let's be real. Slapping colors on the canvas. So let's put some of this glow in here. That's nice. Look at that overlay for the win. Bring in that overlay into the purples down here, making it just glow, be vibrant as heck. That is a glowy scene. But anyway, okay, here's some scenes of glowy colors. Okay. Let's vote, but maybe not. Let's do that. Strawpoll.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Multiple options per person. You really like one? Oh, thank you. Not 205, but just 5. And there. Okay. And yeah, so my goal is sort of illustrate it and try to turn it into something as nice, or I guess a combination of illustration design. I always struggle with this because I'm not painting illustration, but it's also not for anything, and so it doesn't really fulfill the purpose of either that much. This weird middle ground. It's just me painting. But yeah. I really like the contrast in 5, but I can't take my eyes off the colors of 4. Yeah, the colors in 4 are pretty neat. I do like them. I don't really know what I would do with it. I like 1, 4, and 6, I think. I think those are my favorite. 1, 4, and 6. Alright, we've got 8 people voting so far. Number 4 is in the lead. Number 1 is behind that. And 5 is behind that. Somehow 6 is in last place. That's surprising to me, personally. Okay. You really like 1. Yeah, 1. I like 1 too. I think of all of them right now, the ones that could look the nicest for me is probably number 1. Number 1, I have more of an idea what I would like to do with it than any of the others. I think number 2 is pretty close to, you know, it could just kind of be a painting in and of itself, because it's sort of this. There's not a lot of design stuff that has to be done. It's basically like a field with flowers and some buildings in the background. Number 6 has a nice vibe, but it would need a lot of work with the construction of the buildings. 4 and 5, I think, are pretty. They're just kind of like naturey landscapes, so they don't really have a lot of stuff to them. They're more just like compositions in some ways and color palettes. So I sort of like 4 and 5 for that reason, but I think 1 would be the most interesting for me to work on. 6 could be interesting, but it also could go sideways. Yeah, and then 3 I'm kind of ignoring because it's just people. Just people. Just one of the things that can add the most liveliness to an entire scene. Just that. Okay. So which one's winning right now? Is it still number 4? Oh no, yeah, number 4 and 1 are winning, or tied almost. We have a few more minutes though, and then I'll call the. Yeah, 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Also, this is a good time to remind everyone to stay hydrated, stretch your wrists, you know, all that stuff. Save your work. It's always good to save artwork. Chakiri, I don't know if you're still here. You're probably not because you just raided. But what's... I didn't ask this earlier, but I meant to. What are your plans for the rest of the evening or the day? That's a very weird call out. Me calling out lurkers like that. I got raided a little bit ago, and I forgot to ask all the questions I normally would ask someone when they raid. Now I feel like a jerk for calling people out. Don't answer that. Just pretend that I didn't call out a lurker. But if anyone has any exciting plans for today, feel free to let me know. Or for the rest of the week. I think my plans after this stream is probably going to be work on commission a little bit after I get food. And then maybe play some games? I don't know. I've been playing a bit of Paleo lately. It's like a cozy MMO, kinda. Pretty fun. I'm gonna go roller skate this evening. Oh, roller skating! That sounds like fun. I haven't roller skated, well, almost ever. I've rollerbladed a lot, like the inline, you know, like the four wheels in a straight line. I did that quite a bit as a kid, and then I skateboarded quite a bit. But yeah, I haven't roller skated in forever. I mean, I'm sure I have roller skated, but that would be fun. I'm wondering how good... This is something I don't pay attention to. I wonder how good the sidewalks around here are for roller skating. Probably okay. What time is it on your side? It is 1:17 p.m. So it's right afternoon. Alright, we have a vote has come in. The final vote is for number 4. Number 4 has won the vote. Okay. We're going to work on this till the end of stream. But also, maybe we'll work on this a little bit. I might jump back and forth, because this painting is fun as well. Let's do that. And then that. We have a free event that happens sometimes, and it's happening this week. Hard to pass on good weather and free skating. Oh, that's cool. Oh, do you do it like in an indoor rink? Like a roller... Wait, like... I didn't know those things existed. Now I'm imagining like a 70s style roller skate rink with like a disco ball, the wood floors, kind of like an ice rink, but wood floors. And then they play music. No, it's outside. Okay. I feel like they need to bring back more indoor roller rinks. You do have a roller rink? Do you live in a big city? You must live in a big city if there's a... It's not free, though? Oh, interesting. That's lame. I mean, I guess indoors make sense. And the rink is old? I see. You're in Portland? Okay, gotcha. I was like, you've got to be in a big city if you have roller rinks. That's like... You just have to have enough people. Okay, so here's this. We are gonna crop that. You tried to learn roller skating in your late 20s, 30s, but your shins and feet got too sore? Shins. Oh, from like putting forward pressure. Oh, I could see that. Maybe. I feel like that's... You're not supposed to hurt your shins. I don't feel like your shins are supposed to hurt. I actually don't know how to... So, I know how to rollerblade, which is kind of, you know, like the physics of it, I feel like would be very different than roller skating. Oh, let me think this through. So with rollerblades, it's really easy, right? Because you have basically, you can think of them like ice skates, right? You technically have wheels, but they're all in a row, right? And so, just like with skiing, if you push this way, you will go, you know, like you can kind of go forward, right? Like you push to the side, kind of, right? So it's like this force plus this force will, you know, you'll kind of go like this, you know, you'll sort of like swivel, because each time you push, you're pushing off of your foot sort of at an angle, right? So like all the forces equal, they make you go in one direction, right? Because you kind of push, kind of like if you've ever watched like uh like skier cross country skiers, or the like the ice skaters, how you kind of slide to the side, but you sort of push outward, right? How does that work with roller skating? Roller skating, that you don't do that, right? Or do you? I don't know how you push off with roller skates. I never hurt my shins, but my feet do get sore after a while. You aren't supposed to use your toe hook thingy for roller skates, are you? The little stopper? That's like to stop or something, isn't it? I actually don't know how roller skates work. How do you push off? Do you use this? That's for stopping, right? You don't really, maybe for like the first push? I don't know how roller skating works, to be honest. I know rollerblading, you should not be hurting your shins. They should be. When going forward, you push on the outside of your feet. Do you mean like that? Like the that motion? Because I know that's a thing you can do with like ice skates as well, where you sort of make your feet go out and in and out and out and in and out, and every time your feet do that, you sort of propel yourself forward. But that's not how you always skate, right? I don't think that's what you're talking about. You must be meaning like you push off, but you on these wheels. I don't. I'm confused actually. Oh, kind of like that. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't really get it. That's okay. I don't need to understand it. Maybe someday I'll go roller skating and I'll figure it out. Now I want to roller skate. I guess I meant rollerblading. Yeah, rollerblading is, I feel like mechanically it makes a lot of intuitive sense to me. If you've ever skied or ice skated or rollerbladed, they're all kind of the same. Mechanically, they're like the same, right? With your toe. Yeah, push on the outside wheels. Okay. I might get what you're saying. Yes. I used to skateboard a lot. That was my wheeled sport of choice as a kid. Although funny enough, thinking back to my teenage life, I think I did skateboarding more out of peer pressure. No, well, not peer pressure. Well, not the bad kind of peer pressure, but like pressure, just like social pressure from my peers, which is peer pressure. But I wanted to skateboard, or I felt like I wanted to, but I think I technically I enjoyed rollerblading more. But I skateboarded more because my friends skateboarded, and it was a way to hang out together. And so like I don't regret it, but looking back, I'm pretty sure I liked rollerblading more. I don't know. I did both. I might be wrong. You push on your inside wheels. Okay. See, that would line up with the way that you would do it if you were rollerblading, right? Where like you're pushing. Yeah, you'd be pushing with the inside of your bladed wheels. Um, you push on the outside to move backwards. Hmm. Okay. I feel like it's probably not
terribly difficult. Like if you tried it and figured it out, you'd figure out what works and you'd be able to do it. But okay, what am I doing here? Let's add some light blue back here. So these will be like maybe some birch trees. Whenever I have these light trees back here, I always think it's fun to add a little bit of lightness. I think a painting with a lot of texture would work really well for this one. So maybe I'll play around with a different brush. I definitely feel like a different texture here could go a long way. Maybe there's like a golden field of flowers in here. Something like that. A little field of flowers. Bit of golden. I'm gonna try... Let me bust out a different brush. Let's do this one. Is this the good brush? It's very textury. It's almost too textury. It almost feels like there's no pressure sensitivity. What's happening here? Maybe that's not the brush I wanted to use. This brush could be. I'm not sure what brush. I'm trying to find a brush, but I don't know. Maybe we'll just use every brush in my toolbox. Every single one of them. Okay. I love that you're trying to teach me to roller skate in chat when I have never roller skated. Okay, I found this description. That's great. Shift your weight onto your left foot and push off with your right foot so that your left foot rolls forward. Then lift your right foot. Your right foot shouldn't roll when you do this because the force is going sideways, not the direction of your wheel. Okay, that makes sense. Same way as rollerblading. So it sounds like you use the same sort of mechanical pushing off as you do with rollerblades. It's just you're only using 2 wheels at a time because it's square. Also, what is happening with this brush? This is weird. I don't know if I like it. But I wonder if I can't use it, though. There's some funky texture going on. It's like a weird blend brush. Ooh, do I like this? Not really. This brush kind of sucks. Who made it? I don't know what's going on here. I'm not convinced I like it, but I'm going to keep using it because I want to play around with it. So I do like that it has some canvas texture. That's kind of neat. I don't like that I can't get a solid color, right? So if I pick a black and I mix it, it just is variations of gray. I don't like that. But it does make for some fun blending and softening of colors. So like, if I have a silhouette of trees and I go around it with a light, so I color pick white, so it's kind of a blend brush. But if I go around with a light brush, I can lighten up around the edges of these trees. Or if I want to add some bluish colored things, I can go in and blend. It is a blending brush, but it's a blending brush of sorts, but it can also go pretty opaque. By the way, your webcam's not showing. Who needs to see my face anyway? Yeah, it is a blending brush, but it's also, you can get opaque, right? Like this is the color of that I've picked, right? And so it's like a blend brush with very little blending. It's like a weird mixture. Anyway, it's kind of nice. Maybe we get some characters. Also, hi Silkfield, welcome back.
or a mixer brush. Yeah, no, mixer brushes don't really exist in this. The mixer brush is its own brush in Photoshop. It's its own tool, I should say. It functions completely different than like a blending brush and a mixer brush is not the same thing. At least not in Photoshop. Can we use your brushes? Yeah, I have a spot. Brushes. Technically, it's out of date. One of them's actually that's a little bit out of date. You're better off. Okay, Ilsun, actually ignore that link. I haven't been using those brushes for a while. The real answer is Google Zach Retz. So Zach Retz, I will type it out just to make sure I get his name right. His brushes is what I mostly use. Although this brush is not the one that I'm using right now. Well, I've already lost it. This brush, nope, not that one. One of these brushes that I used, this one. I've never actually used this one before, so I don't really know what it's doing. And I don't know where I got this one. But for the normal painting, for this kind of thing, for pretty much all of my art that I've done, all the thumbnails of today, these were all done with one brush by Zach Retz. It was a brush called the Sampled Brush 37. It's basically just it's actually a dual brush. So it has, if you just press lightly, it's like a texture brush. But if you kind of go back and forth, you can see how it smooths out. And that's the dual nature of the brush. So it gives a nice opaque, buttery, smooth texture or look, but you can also put some texture. You can blend. It's just like a standard chalky brush kinda with some texture, but you can also get some pretty smooth color gradients. And so it's just good for blocking in. It's good for texture. It's kind of good for everything. Cool. LOL. Not gonna lie, I use like three brushes. Even I use like one brush. For this painting, I have used a grand total of one brush so far. So whether I'm doing little details and I'm making literal dots, right? You can even see the shape. They're all kind of this eggy shape because that's just the shape of the brush. So whether I'm making literal dots or I'm doing a big thing or I'm making clouds, it's all the same. It's same brush. I'm not, it's more about painting and shapes and values than it is the texture. The texture is not that important. I can always add texture by painting slowly and lightly, or I can even make my own by making it small and just sketching in the whatever texture I want in here. So like there's always going to be ways to do whatever you want. But yeah, so I pretty much use one brush. I actually thought about this, so I don't know why I'm bringing up the dentist again, but I actually thought about this. You know those stupid commercials that are like, 4 out of 5 dentists recommend this, and 9 out of 10 dentists recommend this, or whatever. It's like, okay, if you were to ask artists, like, do you recommend Photoshop or do you recommend Clip Studio Paint? Well, yeah, because that's like not the important thing, right? Like the toothpaste, the brand of toothbrush that you use is like, that's not going to be the thing of whether you get cavities or not, right? Same with like if you make good art, it's not the brand of the tablet you use. Like, as long as it does the basics, any artist is going to recommend any other digital art program because they all function good, right? They all work. They all do the thing. So like you could slap on 4 out of 5 digital artists recommend Photoshop. 4 out of 5 digital artists recommend Clip Studio Paint. 4 out of 5 artists recommend Krita. Because that's not what's important. I mean, it makes a difference, but like, it's such a meaningless statement is what I'm saying. So yeah, anyway, I was thinking about that with sort of like, do you recommend this thing? It's like, yeah, but also every other one because they're all good. Anyway, I thought that was interesting because it kind of made me think about like that phrase, like when it's not the number one factor, who cares if some, like, the recommendation carries very little weight, but it's making that those commercials make it sound like they're super important, like as if it's of the utmost important that you get the dentist recommended brush. Anyway, that's my rant. So yeah, that's all to say. With brushes, you know, use whatever. If it works, it works. I think with art stuff, it's to me anyway. This is my personal preference. It's far more important that it does the basics. Like it's far more important to me that like if you have a brush, that you have some combination of brushes that can give you, you know, an airbrush look, or that you have some combination of brushes that can give you a nice solid opaque color. Whoops, a nice, you know, if you want to make a nice opaque shape, that, you know, you have a solid brush that can do that. I don't think it matters what the solid brush is, right? Because it's more about the function of the brush. Lots of brushes, when you press full opacity, they make a solid shape, right? There's countless of them. And some of those brushes, when you make a light shape, they have a different texture. But again, if you want a certain texture, you could also use a different brush, right? Because there's lots of brushes that'll give a similar texture to this. But the fact that this brush does both is kind of, you know, like... Anyway, I don't think it matters how much. I would never recommend any Adobe products, by the way. Well, I just mean in terms of, like, functionality, right? In terms of how does it function. But yeah, like, yeah, Adobe is a little shady. They've done some stuff that is probably not great. And, you know, I understand making an argument against a company. But if we're just talking products, not companies, just like what products are good, like, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who's like, oh, Photoshop for painting? Don't use that. That's bad. Well, no, it's not. It's perfectly fine. Now, if there's, again, reasons to not support, you know, if you can support any other company, then, you know, maybe do that, I guess. But let's be real, that's not what companies are advertising on. They're advertising on, our product is the best. It'll make you a good artist. You want to up your game? Use us, you know, pay us, and you'll be a better artist, or whatever, you know? It's like, no, that's not how that works, though. Like, it genuinely doesn't matter. But yeah, no, I totally get on the ethics arguments, though, where, like, this company is shady. We don't like their business practices. Yep, totally valid. I think I like this. Sort of a nice, peaceful... nice, peaceful look. Trying to add a tree here in the foreground. And give it vaguely tree-shaped stuff. Maybe some there. I do wonder, are there any... So, it's been a couple years probably more than a couple years, that I've heard of anything about any products that aren't like Adobe, you know, Clip Studio Paint, Krita. Are there any like up-and-comer programs that people use? Like things that are obscure and you've never really heard of? Because surely there's new products trying to, you know, hit the market all the time, right? That I just never hear about. It would be fun to do like a review. I would review products like that. If you're a company and you want to sponsor me, hit me up. I would love to review art products on a low-end computer and tell people if I think that if I like them or not. And again, the bar for me is very low on whether or not I like a product. As long as it's compatible with my terrible computer, then yeah. It's designed as an Adobe replacement specifically. Ooh, Affinity. Okay, which means it also has photo editing and other sweet options. Nice. High Paint It is a Procreate clone for Android. It feels relatively new. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of that. Paint It. Is that it's just called Paint It? Let me Google. I've never heard of that one. I have heard of Affinity. Or is it High Paint It? High Paint. Sketch, Draw, Paint It. Google Play. High Painter. It's just called High Paint. Huh, interesting. Okay, I have to ask a very stupid question because this has been in the back of my mind for so long. How does those apps on your phone work? Like, you don't have pressure sensitivity, right? Do iPhone like let's just focus on iPhones right now because I don't know anything. Well, I don't know anything about iPhones, but I know my phone doesn't, right? It's touch sensitive, but it doesn't have pressure. So like if I were to draw on it, it would just be using like full opacity brushes all day, right? Like you could paint stuff, but you couldn't get the nuance that you can with a stylus, right? So you could do this kind of line, but you couldn't do this kind of line, right? It's for tablets? Oh, okay. Gotcha. So Android tablets with specialized pens. Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. But I know some people do paint on their phone, right? And I've never understood how that works. Are they just like gritting their teeth and bearing it when it comes to the lack of pressure? Or are there fancy phones with pressure sensitivity? I don't know what the new phone market is like, so maybe they do have them. I don't really get how it works, to be honest. Some phones also come with dedicated pressure sensitive stylus. Oh, okay. So it's the stylus that's pressure sensitive. That makes sense. A Galaxy Note? Okay. See, this is interesting to me. I didn't know this. Sometimes I feel like when it comes to digital painting, like I'm an old person. Which is weird because I'm not. But I guess I have been digital painting it now for, 10 plus years. But yeah. Ooh, I like this. I think I like what's going on here. Maybe, you know what this needs? This needs a little bit of bright light coming in here. But not a lot. Just a bit. I don't know if regular phone can have pressure sensitivity as well. I gotta test it and get back to you. BRB. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I assume. I mean, I know my phone can't. I feel like most phones don't. But I have seen lots of people paint on phones, and it generally looks like they're not using pressure. But yeah, that's the only thing I wouldn't recommend, right? Because you're talking about, what would you recommend people? And don't think I could recommend someone paint digitally unless they have pressure sensitivity. That's like the one requirement. And an art program that can paint in layers and have brushes with pressure sensitivity. That just feels too important. kind of like that. Not bad. Okay, I'm back. What I do with my fingers when I'm on the phone is I just go over the lines multiple times to make thicker brush several times. Yeah. See, I don't think I would paint like that. I don't think I could bring I would just rather paint on or draw on paper. That sounds nightmarish. Sounds so tedious. Maybe I'm just spoiled, but no thanks. I don't know. Okay, what do I want to do here? This is a nice little painting. Maybe we could do like a walk in the park kind of painting. I should probably not... Hold on. Let's make a new layer. It's no different from using a pencil or colored pencils. I mean, it totally is. Colored pencils, you have pressure sensitivity. If you press hard, it's a dark line. If you press light, it's a light line. It's totally different. Not having pressure sensitivity and relying on like opacity controls or a slider is absolutely different. There's no way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, maybe you could. I believe you could get used to it, but to argue it's the same is wild to me. Doesn't bother me. It takes me 5 to 10 minutes to fill backgrounds in my coloring book. It's relaxing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, as long as you find it relaxing and enjoyable, then who cares, right? But I would care, because it wouldn't be relaxing or enjoyable for me. It sounds horrible. But again, to each their own. Obviously, if you like it, then do it. I didn't actually know you paint on your phone. I would just threw that out there because it was, yeah, a thing I've seen people do, and I never really understood. But that's okay. I don't need to understand. You do you. I think this works. Like a little bit of a little ledge here, maybe. And then on here, we can have little bits of leaves and stuff. Debris. Having fallen on. Silkfield asks Real Folk Hugh, what's a good drawing app for Android? That's a good question. As a Android user myself, I've never once drawn on my phone. Nor do I have any desire to. In fact, I have a desire not to draw on my phone, I think. Like, I think even if there was... It would be hard for you to get me to draw my phone. That's how against it I am. Not against. That's not the right word. I have no desire. Maybe if my phone supported pressure sensitivity, maybe I would. I would dabble. I would try it at the very least. I should just try it just so I can say I've done it. So I can have an opinion. Because right now I don't really have an opinion. I mean, clearly I do. I'm stating it, but it's more of my assumptions. Okay. Is this a nice scene? Okay, there we go. So this theme's fun. What I'm trying to do is sort of soften some of these edges. Also, like right here is a good example of a compositional flaw, where here's a tree, but this tree is very orange on this side and very white on this side. But the orange and the white stop at this line. And I don't want that. I don't want it to feel like that line is the reason that it's a different color. And so I'm bringing in some of this orange in here so that I can, you know, like it feels like it passes through properly. That's something that I try to do is anytime you have like color changing stuff, you don't want to divide it right in the middle. So if you have something that's half one color, you don't want like something else right there, right? It'd be better to have the color like that so that this color is gonna, you know, intersect it in a way that is appealing. So basically tangents. But yeah, this is a fun painting. I like this one. Silkfield, I got a question about the commission that I'm working on, because since I'm, you know, since you're here and you can ask, do you have any, because I know that the character, and you don't have, if you don't want to answer it here, you don't have to. I can always type it up and send it to you. But are the elves in your story, the wood elves, is there any like specific, like one type of, like when you say forest, are there different types of forests? Like, could there be like an autumny forest, or like obvious, or like a evergreen forest, or, you know, deciduous tree forest, or maybe this one is, these are, you know, a very specific birch forest or something, where so that allow for like mixing up of the vibes, or is it just like, you know, or like jungle-y more looking? Like, is can there be variety in those environments? You put more thought, okay. Because I like the idea of having like different areas that are sort of like, oh, these are like the cherry blossom grove or something, right? Like, here's the cherry blossoms, here's the whatever's, almost like different biomes kind of, and maybe in each one. Okay, because I mean, I realize that the info you gave me is more about the characters than it is the environment, and so I'm just, you know, as long as something's not, you know, too far away. Because like if I were to have given you something like this, what would have been your like, you know, maybe I'd put the characters in here and, you know, stroll through the fall, you know, an autumn stroll, you know, they're like strolling through the park or something, or like a different type of place. Oh, those colors. Thanks, Chakiri. Do like the colors. The colors are fun. I would say this is a small town, so it might have 2 or 3 biomes max. If you offer me something more unique, I would place it somewhere else outside of that town. Gotcha. Yeah. They also may be lesbian pride colors, and I may have a bias. I mean, they're good colors. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that would be, that's true, I guess. I actually don't know. I'm really bad at my colors. Let me Google that. Lesbian pride colors. Is that the... Oh, okay. Yeah, totally they are. Yeah, it's like the exact same color palette, minus the blue. I didn't know that. Now I do. Flag choices. Hold on. There's a... Yeah, I had no idea. Hey, look, I learned something. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Look at me learning stuff. Amazing. Because I would say there is a neighboring city for high elves, diverse pot of elves that isn't too far away from Ilse. Okay. A neighboring city. Okay. You didn't remember the color. You don't remember the color across the spectrum for all the flags? Yeah, I'm very bad at that stuff. I feel like when it comes to, yeah, I've always been bad at that. I've never been good at remembering the details or specifics of flags or really any symbols or like iconography for literally anything. I'm very bad at that. It's just never been something that I think I've been getting a lot better at it in recent years as I've cared more about it. Because I've started to pay attention more to like the color and art aspect of things and sort of make those connections. But I think growing up, I just like for the first 30 years of my life pretty much, or 24 before I really ever did art, I it felt like a lot of those things, right? Like the, logos or flags. It's like, I don't know. It typically was more about the event than the thing. So, like, you would see the flag, but I knew the flag was, say, a pride flag, or I knew the flag was for whatever cultural event happening. And then my brain just didn't care. It's just like, oh, Italian. Because it says Italian Heritage Month and there's an Italian flag. But like I don't know what the flag looks like. I couldn't tell you, despite us just recently having an Italian Heritage Month in my town and there was an Italian flag everywhere. I don't know what it looks like. I just it right? I'm more focused on the event than the flag. And so I just it's like it goes in one ear and out the other kind of thing, or in one eye and out the other. That's not how sight works. It just goes in my brain and vanishes, basically. Or it never makes it to my brain. Country flags, state flags, just any flag, anything that is symbolizing something else, whether it's it could be a logo, it could be a flag, it could be a anything graphic that is, yeah, basically anything graphic that is representing something else, right? It's just, yeah. But anyway, I've cared more recently because I do think some of the design choices are interesting and how they make you feel about a thing. And I like that aspect of it. In one eye and out the other. Yeah, I don't think that's how it works, but that also sounds very painful. You may or may not repurpose some works to light up other regions. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Also, Silkfield, I don't mean to be like hammering. I don't know what the right word is. Being annoying with questions. But I'm also a little curious about because you for the commission that I'm working on for you. You mentioned you have like the city. I don't. Yeah, you said it's a smallish town or city or village. I'm not quite sure what word you used. Is this like within the trees and the woods, or is it bordering it, or like did you picture it as like a like more like a town, like a human town, or does this feel very distinctly different? Like in your head, I mean, you don't have to know what it looks like, but just like the vibe of it. Is it gonna be like deep in the woods where like you would only know about it if you went there, but maybe there's a road coming out of it, or like is it in a grove? Because I know a lot of don't. I think wood elves typically live. Do they? I know druids live in groves. I don't think wood elves do. I don't know how that works. I don't know enough about wood elf lore. I should probably research it. I was actually reading a story a while back where these characters were. It's like it was stated once, like these characters were like half, I don't know, horse or something. I don't know what they were. They were non-human, right? But outside of like that first description, then they talked, like they mentioned like, oh, a distinct city built by these people and it's very unique to them. But then they never actually described it, so it was very hard for me to imagine it. So I kept imagining like a human town or a human city and thinking like, oh, it's like a little cozy town, or you know, it's like a small medium-sized town. But like, no, it's not, because it's completely different, right? It's like built into the mountain or something, you know. It's but they, because they didn't repeat that, it was hard for my brain to grasp. Architecture that inspired by nature, but buildings that are still like similar to made by humans but more advanced and magic looking. Okay. Did you feel that it was like in a clearing, or is it more like integrated with nature? So like, you know, treehouse type stuff, or built like within giant trees, out of trees. Because like the way my initial reading of it, which again is, it may or may not be irrelevant, it felt like it was going to be like the trees themselves could be bended and shaped into buildings, which is might be extremely different than what you had thought of, which would also maybe be cool. Here, I can actually show you major small buildings in 3 or 4. I watched Lord of the Rings recently. I think the elf locations feel kind of inspired by there. Okay, gotcha. Here, let me open up something. These are two small sketches, but really this one in particular. So like, I was imagining like if you had characters chilling at a place, like a dining place. Ignore the characters. These are not right. I was imagining like, you know, the wood and the places would be like, you know, bent and curved and like, you know, but like maybe there would be like a forest like literally behind them, right? Because they're chilling, they're, you know, maybe they're at like an outdoor eating place, right? And so I was thinking like, but would it be this packed? Like if you were to have another building back here or something, you know, obviously this is very loose, right? And I will polish it a little bit. But then I would thought, okay, well, would they ever have buildings like this? This is like a red brick roof, right? And like, would that ever make sense in any world? But like, here's the borderline of forest. Would it be? Okay. So yeah, I don't know. So like, I was like, okay, because we could go totally different type of architecture. So yeah, anyway, these were two of the initials. I didn't work that long on it yet, but I'm just kind of trying to figure out some stuff, get some sort of like archetypal sort of like, you know, here's people eating, here are some people, you know, this person's like, you know, you got a person chilling on a bench or on a log here, another person's picking flowers or smelling flowers, and maybe there's like a little cozy cottage in the background, and then there's like, again, the woods are in the background. But these trees, whoops, these trees look distinctly different than these trees, which is why I kind of had the question of like, can the forest be different? Oh, whoops. Okay. I'll wait. No worries. Trying to do this over stream is probably not ideal. The planning looks more ill-see. Okay. Because yeah, for this one, I was kind of thinking like, okay, maybe there's, you know, person chilling on a log, another person is picking flowers. Ignore the color of the hair and all that. That was just me. Why can I not undo? What is happening? Why can't I undo this? Is my keyboard disconnected? No. Is my keybind broken? I can't undo it. What is happening? Okay, we're just going to close it for not... Well, we'll just keep it circled for now. But anyway,
Yeah, I would think so. Like for this one, I can't even hit Alt. What is going on? I can't Alt. My Alt key is broken. Nope, there it goes. Now it's working. Okay, see, now I can undo. Weird. Okay, anyway. So for this one, right, I was thinking like, okay, here's a character sitting on the log. Here's another character, you know, picking flowers or smelling them or whatever. And like, here's a little cottage, and they're on the outskirt of like, you know, a forest. So this would obviously not be in the forest. This would be the outskirts of the forest. Um, but yeah, I was thinking like, okay, well, do I want it to be, you know, deep in the forest? Do I want these trees to be bigger or smaller or whatever? Anyway, that was a thought that I was having. Or like, would this architecture not be right? But anyway, um, so yeah, I'm still very early in the process, but I'm just trying to come up with at least like 4 different things they could be doing. But anyway, this one's very bright. What if we go a little darker in spots? Like bringing in a little bit of dark. Number 1. Okay. Yeah. So this one's closest to what is Elsie. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because this stuff is totally within like I love this kind of painting, right? Where it's very foresty and anyway. Chrissy Carson says time for me to head out. Have fun drawing. Also love the piece is very lesbian flag color and love it. Thanks. Yeah, it is very flag. Yeah, it is. Unintentionally so, but I like it. I've got a meeting in 20 minutes, so I gotta go in 10. Yeah, no worries. Take care. I am just gonna keep on painting. Keep on making colors be colorful. I don't know if I'm gonna do anything fancy here. Maybe we could add a little bit of like a building or something back there. Maybe there's a... I don't know. What could be back here? Little waystones or a fence. A fence would make it very human, right? Like this. I mean, we already do because we have these. This area. There's like tiles or something. But I also like the idea that Elsie is more than just green and brown. Okay, yeah. That's good to know. Because, yeah, I think this one is... I did make this one very, like, overwhelmingly green. But you can still have colors that come in and, you know, wash over the scene. Especially when you're in, like, a dense area, right? You could have, like, a, you know, an orange glow in the sunset, you know, or in the mid-evening. It could get very, you know, orange. Or in a lot of places, right, what's very common is that things will get very blue. And so, you know, as evening falls, you have these deep blues over your whole scene. Right? And then, of course, you could have things like a glowing light that are very, you know, orange or something. And so suddenly you have, like, this contrasting orange, you know, very orange and different colors. So, like, it's quite... Yeah, I think we can do a lot of stuff like that. Have I ever seen Barbie Fairytopia? I don't think so. Is that one of the Barbie movies? I think I've seen a couple of the Barbie movies, but never that one. Okay, let me Google. Barbie Fairytopia. Okay, I'll look at this later. All right, I'll look at that off stream.
I think what I'm going to do now, since I'm not sure what I'm going to do on this painting, let me just go back and work on the puzzle that I've been working on. So we're going to go here. I'd like to make some progress on this. Okay, I've never even noticed this stuff. There's that. But yeah, just gonna do some sketching. I don't think I like this tree back here. I think this could actually be like an orange. Maybe like an orange and blue. I mean, the more orange I put back there, though, I don't know. Yeah, the more orange I put back there, the harder it's going to be. That's okay. I kind of like that. I think I'm over the point where it matters how hard this is, because I think it's going to be doable no matter what at this point. Trees with maybe... maybe some interesting negative space in here. I want to work a little bit on these trees today. So here we are looking up at them. So I'm trying to make these contours contoury. But I do wonder if maybe some... do I... like, how much tree are we seeing in here? Do we put little bits in there? How much trunk? I'm not sure. Let's see, what else? Also, and again, anytime I'm doing detail like this, I'm not actually trying to make it super detailed. I'm sort of trying to... I do like layers of repaint until I can kind of work out the design that I'm happy with. And right now on these trees, I'm not happy with it. I'm not sad with it either. I'm just not pleased enough to continue to call it like, yep, that's gonna be the thing. I'm sort of just, you know, I'm just fiddling around with it. I always wonder, when I say something like, oh, I'm not happy with this, does that make it sound like I'm sad? Or I'm disappointed? Because I hope it doesn't come off that way. Like, it's more... it's more like I haven't got the answer yet, as opposed to I'm unhappy. No? Okay. Because I never know when I say stuff like that. It's like, I don't want to give the wrong impression. Because, like, I like the challenge of trying to figure things out, but I'm just not there yet. Oh, it makes it sound like you're thinking of how to creatively tackle what you don't like? Okay, that's good. Yeah, because I like that, right? I like the challenge of not knowing how to solve it and sort of working through it. But so often I'll constantly be like, do I like it? Nope. Not yet. I'll get there. I think these little poof balls are nice, actually. We can put more poofies in here. I think they make for more interesting shapes.
Maybe some trees there. This is another tree. Maybe there's a tree back here too. I feel like we've got to have something back here. Also, this shape is weird. That's a... Hold on. That shape is very weird. Right? Am I weird? Or is this shape weird? Or maybe both. Probably both, actually. There. I think that's better. That's a better shape. Sort of being framed by this little blue cloud thing in the back. I do wonder, how soft can I make this? Like, if I come in here with a smudge brush, and I soften things up, ooh, it reshaped. Yeah. If I come in here with a soft smudge brush, is that like style breaking? Excuse me. I'm sneezing everywhere. I don't feel like it probably is. Maybe put some lines like that. Trying to make these things a little shapy. The browns in here are very... I don't really like them, but I kind of feel like they're... For something that's this detailed, it's weird to not put the brown tree trunks. Because this is very much in the spirit of like brown trees, you know. Green grass, blue sky. Which is weird. I almost never paint stuff like that. Very strange tree. Weirdest tree shape I've ever made. That's for sure. Green grass and blue sky is really unheard of. No, but it's not the like, I think for painting environments, it's sort of one of those things that I've tried to avoid. I mean, blue sky's very common, right? Almost all of my skies are blue. But if you go to like you know, a painting like this, you could almost treat this as like a pink sky, right? Or if I go to a bunch of thumbnails in the past, even of today, right? You have things like this is arguably a green and yellow sky, right? Kinda it's blue because I'm treating the shadows as blue, but this is like a mountain, right? The grass isn't inherently green. There's a lot of blue on the ground. I guess there is some greenish colors, but these greens are more like, in some cases they're you know, a little whiter or a bit more yellowy, right? And it doesn't feel like I'm just, or in this case, right, any grass in the scene is literally blue, right? And the sky is kind of blue, but the whole scene is blue, right? Or this scene, right? Sky is white, right? It's blown out, and this grass is yellow, and this part is gray. Like, I'm not just picking literal green and literal blue, right? They might feel blue, and you can still get a painting to feel like it's green grass, right? Or logically, this grass might be cooler than the sky, right? The sky is very yellow, and so this grayish color is bluer than that, but it still is not, right? Could be a nice puzzle of trees. That'd be a hard one. I don't think I would like doing this if this were a puzzle. I think it would be an annoying puzzle, because if you had a piece from here
It could be here or here or here or anywhere. It's all the same. Like there's the same color combinations I don't know. I'm not sure I would like this one. That's again I think if we're just talking about image, any image could be a nice puzzle, and if you like it and you would want it as a final puzzle, but I feel like I don't know. I'm picky. You know how each like record label has like their own style of music that they like or that they would market, right? I feel like I would be that way with puzzles. Where like there are certain types of puzzles that I would want to make, and in certain images I just wouldn't have any desire to ever make a puzzle because I have like my own taste in what I would want to do with that. I'm sure that could develop and change over time, but I look at this, I'm like, nah. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. But yeah, who knows? I do wonder because I do need to like get off my butt and actually figure out this whole like puzzle thing. Because it would be fun to. Steve Najarn was in here the other day, and he was really trying to get me to do a Kickstarter, and so I might end up doing a Kickstarter for the puzzle stuff. It might be a fun first small timey project that I do. His art's nice. Yeah, his art is nice. And he has a lot of experience with Kickstarters. So I feel like he would be my Kickstarter guru that I would listen to, and he would guide me along. Maybe not guru, mentor. Mentor is probably a better word. I don't know. So that could be fun. He could teach me the ways. But yeah. I mean, I would probably just I don't know much about Kickstarter to be honest, or the graphics, but wouldn't I just use the graphics of the thing that the Kickstarter is going to be? Because like it's not like it's a big project, right? It would just be like a one-off puzzle. So if it was a one-off thing, I'm pretty sure I would just use the I don't know. Again, it's not meant to be like I don't know. I just want to just do it so I've done it. Also, on the topic of like Kickstarters and projects and stuff, I have a very little track record to my name, right? I haven't really made projects. I haven't really published stuff. I think partly probably out of like fear, not like a, you know, like quaking in my boots fear, but more like just an unknowing and not sure how to proceed, and I'd rather just not do it than feel like I have, you know, like putting my like commitment issue basically with art or with making a product. And so I think it's that. It's sort of like the fear of the unknown issue. So I think it would just be good just to pull the trigger on something simple, something super fairly straightforward, and just learn the basics of Kickstarter, for example, so that if I ever want to do something else, that wouldn't be the roadblock. It would be the project itself, right? That's what I feel like I need to do, is sort of step up on the projects themselves, so that, or step up on the not the projects. The project can stay simple, but step up on the method of making a thing. Like, I'm gonna put a book out there. I'm gonna do the ordering and shipping and all that. That way, when it comes time to do something bigger, I have more of that experience. Septic Guy, hello. What was your last big project? I mean, I don't know if I've ever done like a big project. I don't know. I don't really do like I've pretty much. I mean, outside of like commissions, right? I've done work for other people, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like self-published stuff. I've never really done any self-published projects or self projects. Yeah, no art books. I mean, I have a lot of art. I've done a lot of my own art, right? And I've worked on stuff for for people and companies, but I've never. But that's easy, right? If someone says, "Hey, I want to pay you for work," I'm like, "Great, tell me what to do." Right? That's easy. But it's when it's me having to like, I have a vision and now I need to make it work. Um, yeah, it's the admin. It's the admin stuff that's hard because I just don't know what to do, right? It's like in theory, I kind of understand some of it, but to pull the trigger on it, I have to have a confidence of it. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, same here. So like for example, I'll need to know how much money I need, right? Even that is a burden, right? Because there's research, there's even when I research, there's going to be uncertainty creeping in of like, do I overshoot a little bit or do I like what do I do, right? I don't really know. Like I can try to do all the math, I can try to do all my research, but there's always a chance I screw up. And if I screw up, then I could be out money, and that would be bad. Like I don't want to be spending money. I don't want to be negative, right? Like that would be stupid. And like there's things that would be in the back of my mind that would sort of stop me from doing it. And so, yeah. But I'm thinking I'm gonna be okay. I think I'll pull through and figure it out because this is a small enough project that it's basically just a matter of me placing an order, figuring out where the order is, going through the steps up until I make the order basically and contact a place, right? If it's like, large printing from China or, some factory or something, figuring out how much things would cost. I realize right now times are tricky with imports and stuff, but basically once I up to the point where I'm like ready to hit the go button and send an order for lots of stuff, I would just not do it, and then I would figure out how much it would cost. That would be the number for Kickstarter, or more than that probably, because I have to actually get paid for the thing. And then I would launch the Kickstarter, and then once the money comes in, then I could place the order. So I think that's kind of how I would do it. Yeah, manufacturing and shipping is tough. I also don't want cheap stuff. So I mean, the research phase I'll do that later. I'm not gonna do. I don't want to. I don't want to get too ahead of myself and figure out all the logistics and stuff before I even make the thing. I just want to make the art first. I'm gonna focus on that. One step at a time. And if that means it takes a while to get the thing out the door, that's okay. Because I just want to be... Too many things I've been too ambitious and it's never... That's planning. See, for me, it's the opposite for me, I think. I think that's the only way I'll reasonably get it done, is to do one step at a time. I normally have all these ideas, and then I'll do a bunch of research, but I won't have enough of the work done to even know what I'm supposed to be researching. Like, I might research a company that does manufacturing or let's just say print on demand to make it easy. And they'll be like, well, how many do you need to order? And I'll be like, and they'll like, here's a calculator for how much it'll cost you. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how much I need to order. And so I can't continue with that step until I have a number. And so I might put in a number and they're like, okay, well, where are you sending them? Well, I don't know yet. I haven't figured, like it depends. And then there's another roadblock. And then because there's too many unknowns and it's too early in the process, I feel like I get all tied up kind of. So I just need to do the thing, do one step, do the thing that I know I can do right now, which is the art, have the art made. Then I can figure out where I want to get it made and I can search around. But then I have the dimensions, I have the size, I have all that information already because it's done, right? I've already made these choices. if you ever made an art book, I'd be like, well, how many art? Well, so I'll talk you through that exact thought process for me of why making an art book has not happened yet. Okay, well, is there a theme to the art book? Well, I could do like thumbnails and I could show my, some sketches and some finished work. Yeah, but like some of my best thumbnails never got finished, so like do I need to then finish them? And like then which ones do I finish? But like also I could do like a blurb and explain my process, and now it's like a written thing and it's like an explainy book. But maybe I just wanted a picture book, right? I don't know. But I could also do like organized thumbnails and images by, like seasons. I could do like go through the year and do like a calendar type book. But like there's so many ways to arrange an art book, right? Do you do like a journey, a chronological order of like a journey through your art through time? Or do you do your process? Or do you do, certain, like architecture, non-architecture, skies? Like, what do you do? Like, how do I set it up, right? There's so many ways, and I could go any of those paths, and I totally think any one of them could be viable. But I would just have to pick one. And then once I start picking one, it's like, okay, well, here's all these blank holes that I don't have yet. Now I have to like schedule out to work on one. I have to commit before I even know if it's going to work, because I now need to make extra art for a thing that I want to make. What do you like? See, I don't buy that many art books. I'm too poor. I don't buy many art books at all. I have some art books that are more like collections of multiple people's art. So like I have a Spectrum book, which is from Spectrum. It's like a convention, and it has lots of fantasy art from all sorts of things, whether it's comics or Magic the Gathering, some illustrative, some self projects, and they split the book up into different categories. No, I don't have that many art books. Most of the art books I have are educational. Like I have like one art book or two, maybe two, maybe one. I definitely have one. But basically, so like here, I can show you this book. Let me just dust it off. This book, it's the 23rd year of Spec. Basically, so the way it splits it up, it has like, here, let me show you. It's hard to hold it up this way. So it has categories. Make sure there's nothing not safe for work in here. The categories start out with, what is it? Illustration or year in review? I don't know what that is. Hold on. Let me just look through this. So this section is like advertising art, right? So you have art done for advertising, right? And then they will show you all like the people, and then they give you like and then there's like an award thing. I don't know if this is still in advertising, right? Then they have like, they gave an award to a person in that art category, and they tell you about this artist, and they tell, there's like a whole section. Then there's other people like, Carla Ortiz is in here. She streamed a bit. I don't know if you know her. And like, oh, you can't see this very well. Like her art, and this is like pencil art, or no, this is Magic the Gathering art. And then there's like editorial stuff. There is book art. There are comic art. So like comic stuff, you get like, Hellboy things, and all that, right? And so they have, and then they give like awards to the artists who enter each of these categories, and they tell you about them. Then there's like concept art stuff, right? And so it kind of just goes through like all the categories, and in each one you have artists who have done good stuff in each of those categories, right? And so I think that's cool. Like that's a neat way to organize a book, is where you have just different categories and you have a bunch of art, and then you take certain pieces of art and you do little showcases of them, and then with the artists. And so there's a good amount of text in there. It tells you a lot about those artists, so you can learn stuff about how they work, what got them into art, whatever, just random stuff. Which I think is neat. But that's not really something that I could do on my own, right? Because that's like a collaborative thing. Now, you could probably organize like an art book of Twitch artists. That'd be kind of wouldn't that could be kind of cool. I think there are technically isn't that kind of what Stream Inc is though? But you could in theory make an art book of Twitch artists. Maybe you wouldn't want to make them compete, but you would just have a showcase of a bunch of them and then submit a bunch of work for different categories. Or I've done zines like that. There's been zines like that, yeah. And that would be cool. That one's tough though, because there's just so many artists, and it's like, how would you do that? That seems almost impossible to make it feel like it's anywhere comprehensive. And then of course you wouldn't want, or if I were doing it, I wouldn't want people to have to pay to be in it, because that's like not, I don't know. I mean, that feels weird. Maybe like free submissions, but then it's curated, and then not everybody will be in the book, because depending on how many people submit, and then you might just like, it might just be a free part. I don't know. Also, I've now been inspired to see, like, you've been inspired to revisit the idea for an art book. I had started planning and then got distracted. Yeah, see, I feel like for you, the thing that my brain goes to would be like colors, right? And so you could do like a, you know, I could totally see like the color wheel, you know, start almost like a not a Huevember, but like, you know, if you kind of took all your work and kind of squinted your eyes and sort of, you know, okay, this one's kind of a reddish, you know, I could totally see like focusing on sort of the whole spectrum of colors, and or you know, like, or something, I don't know, something about like that aspect of your art. But then you could also do portraits of a different theme or something, or like, right, there's so many ways you could organize it, and each of those, whatever you committed to, at least in my view, if I were doing this for myself, would require so much work after the fact, because none of them are quite full enough to make a book. But like I have a lot of thumbnails, and I could make a book of thumbnails or a book of paintings. But if I wanted to organize it and make a good product, I feel like I would need to do a lot of additional work. And that's where it's tough, because I would have to pull the trigger, right? I have to be like, that's what I'm doing. And that's hard for me, because I don't know enough about making a book. I don't know. I'm kind of making excuses, right? Can you guys tell? Do I sound like I'm making excuses? It's hard. Man, doing things is hard. You know, stick a paintbrush in me and say I'll pay you to paint, and I can do it. But once it's yeah, what am I saying? I mean, that's just so many things that we do, and it's narrowing down to one. Yeah, a lot of it is that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a lot of it is trying to narrow it down and do all, you know, do one thing when you could just be doing all of them. And I have, as somebody who has mentioned this a million times, I'm not a big detail person, right? I like that the process of starting new things and trying stuff out and exploring and experimenting, and, you know, doing a bunch of thumbnail sketches that are just one-off loose paintings, and sort of, you know, going a little ways on one of them, you know, maybe this one, and we continue it for a little bit, and then we stop here. I like that. But to commit and say I'm gonna really do a full thing, and not just a random painting, but a project, which again, painting I can do. I can commit to a painting. Right? But business stuff, managerial stuff, non-art stuff, ooh, now we're talking. Like, I don't do that stuff. You love the energy of beginning art pieces? Me too. I love that stuff.
Sometimes when you start digging, the energy gets lost. Do you mean like visually speaking, or literally like my energy to continue gets lost? Because I think for me, my enthusiasm definitely goes away. If you're talking about visually, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's something that I've tried to do. I don't know if I still do it or if I'm able to do it well. But visually, I think that's just a skill issue, and I'm maybe not quite there yet. It's always going to be a struggle. But no, mine is more. No. Sorry, no, I didn't mean talking. I meant losing energy as a project goes on. So like, I am full energy on this painting, for example. I love this stuff, but then I say, okay, I'm gonna enhance it, right? And then I start detailing, and then at some point I'm like, okay, I understand kind of what this thing's gonna look like. I've worked out some of these details. There's gonna be a sign here. There's gonna be stuff hanging down. There's gonna be two characters walking down here, and they're holding lanterns, and there's a party out here, and there's a bunch of people on the balcony, and then this is the thing, and there's a forest, and okay, I figured out what this thing's gonna be, right? In my head, it's finished. Then I start losing energy. I don't want to detail it. I don't want to render it. It's just not as exciting anymore. It's not about keeping up the looseness of the painting. Like, that is hard to maintain, don't get me wrong. That's definitely a skill issue. Good painters can maintain an energy of the painting visually, and it can still look, dynamic and interesting. But no, mine is like, once I have to start once those choices are more or less like made in my head, and now it's just a matter of putting them on the page, that's where I physically lose energy to work on. I'm just like, I'm not excited about it. And so I'd rather move on to a new, I mean, not literally right here. Like, this is fun. I could still paint on this for a while. But I mean, like, in general, a painting, I lose interest in paintings, right? Like, the one that I'm working on now, right? This is the longest I've gone on a painting in quite a while. And I think the thing that's maintaining my energy is that it feels very new to me, right? Because I'm still can focus on details, because the details are new to me. If I was focused more on composition and design, I'd be done with this painting, because I don't, it's not that exciting. They're little tents. I've pretty much figured out what they look like. Do I need to make this ellipse perfect? No. And it's annoying to have to do so. I could spend more time rendering it, and I will. But yeah, no, that stuff I lose interest in. So to me, it's kind of the same as the early stage of the painting is the most exciting, and then I lose interest. Just like in it, that sheep has a bow. Yeah, that sheep has a bow. I don't know if it's a big enough bow. Maybe we can give it little white polka dots. That might be too... Is that gonna break the silhouette? I don't know. Give it a little bow. Polka dot bow. But yeah, little bow. He gasped the polka dot. But yeah, we could put a bow on another sheep too. Maybe a blue bow. I don't know. I don't know where it would be. I don't think any of these sheep have a. This one could have a hat. Maybe I put a silly hat on them. A hat, a bow, a hat. They're all wearing. Maybe this one. Hold on. Really going for that detail? Maybe there's a party hat on this one. A party hat. They all have their own little hat and bows. Accessories. Accessorized sheep. Sheep. Sorry, there's no S on sheep. Sheeps. A fly just flew by me. But anyway. Yeah, the polka dots are fun. I enjoy the detail to some degree. Because I do think about, like, how it's gonna look when you're picking up a puzzle piece that's this size, you know? And I'm like, okay, the detail matters. Digi's Monkey King, hello! You said, I get that. I want to finish something, and I can, but I don't feel it. I have a few pieces on the back burner for that very reason. Yeah, I know I feel like I always have to offer a PSA here, because I know you should not use other people's validation as the sole purpose for doing art. But my goodness, when there's some external factor putting pressure on me, I am so much more engaged. If it's a commission, you throw money at me, I will get it done. You know, if it's for a project that is bigger than myself, right? Again, somebody else needing help on a project or me working on a team, I'm gonna be so much more engaged because it's bigger than myself. When it's for myself, it's so easy to be like, I'm just gonna do what's most fun. And the early stages for me are the most fun. So why finish anything? This is for me. I don't give a crap if it's finished. I just want to have fun. And so it's so easy for me to just, whatever, I don't need to finish it because it's not for a thing. And so, yeah, I need, maybe not need, that's a bit extreme, but I really want some additional push, you know? This is why I don't think I am the best freelancer, right? Because you're kind of having to, like, hustle on your own, you know? You have to figure out where your next job is from. You know, sometimes people reach out to you and that's great, but a lot of times they don't, and you have to contact them. You know, you have to be keeping your eye open for new things or something, you know? You have to apply places that are taking open submissions or whatever. And that's not always, you know, that's hard when you have to make your own sort of like motivation in a way. So yeah. But if I had like an in-house job where it's like, you know, you show up, you know, you have a task, you have a, you know, daily or weekly check-ins, and you submit work, and you kind of get direction of where to go next, and if you ever get confused or lost, you can ask. Like, I would love that. That would be the dream for me, because that way there'd be a routine, you wouldn't feel like you're constantly lost. Yeah. Okay, I think what I need to do, I hate to say it, gotta redo the roof of this. Okay, I'm gonna make a new layer here, though. Digi's Monkey King, did I say hello? I don't know if I said hello, but hello. Hope you are well. Alrighty, let's paint this thing. We're gonna go like this. And then this is the top. Then we have a little layer here. And then right on the top here, we're going to have a little bit of blue. Yeah, you did, but I didn't. Hello, hi. Hi. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Okay, so there's that. That'll be the rim here. And then this thing, we can now have lines that come down. The middle one should be the largest because it's closest to us. And then we can have blue, we have purple, blue, purple, blue. I think maybe is that the pattern I want? I don't know. Maybe like that. I feel like this has to be larger. Something like that, maybe. There. Now we can add some colors in here. Trying to make this at least a little bit making more sense. So even that just already is, I don't know, I feel like we're starting to get some shapes. And also this fly is buzzing around my face. Nope, I didn't get it. To like clap on it, try and get it out of here. Maybe I can open a window, it'll fly. Oh, on baby. Oh wait. Oh, you're on babysitting duty. Ah, happy babysitting. Enjoy it. Hopefully the baby sleeps or behaves themselves. Thank you for the great talks as always, Joe. I love hearing your thought process. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I like rambling about stuff like that because it's yeah. And I think when it comes to projects, all the rambling about projects. I mean, I know I'm not the only one who struggles with that. I mean, I think every artist gets into art because they like art, not because they like business. And it's that, yeah, the managerial work, the admin work, it's just, ooh, it's tough. It's tough to wrap your head around and be like, I'm gonna choose to do this. And yeah, I don't know, I struggle with it. Okay, do I like this? I don't like these. Here, let me paint this out. Okay. Paint that out. Paint this out. And of course I will... What will I do? Of course I will add the little streamer thingies here. Okay, so now I'm just going to make a new layer, and I'm just going to use big, bold brush strokes and pull these straight down. And of course, you know, I'm trying to be very aware that these are all different shapes. Now I could make them, if I made them all the same, it would be a little bit, I mean, I guess we could do that. We could do that. Maybe from here, though, we do make some of them a little more exaggerated. I do like these shapes back here, though, so we're going to keep those there. I think that already, I mean, this could become a little bit stiff in execution if I'm not careful. But I think with proper rendering and detailing, I think this will look pretty good. And same for here, right? We can also bring in some of these, you know, brighter colors up here. And really, really spruce these things up. Could even go like this and do like patterns. That's probably too much detail. But I like the progress I just made there. Maybe that's what I'll do for each of my streams. So this is a new thought that I'm just now having, as it normally is when I'm streaming. I think what I might try is each stream, I will do like the last little bit if I want to go on overtime of just detailing this painting. Because I do want to get it done. Mostly it will be done on stream. So I think it'll work if I sort of split it into like, you know, I worked on this painting most of stream, but now I'm going to work on this until the end. Philip, you say you want to do something creative before sleeping. Do you know what, or just something creative? In no specific terms. Do you have a painting that you've been working on lately? Any works in progress? Also, maybe these shapes could be a little bit more... A card for your grandfather. Oh, that's nice. For Father's Day. Father's Day is coming up. I think it's coming up. I know it's coming up. Something with a bird feeder and birds? No. That's nice. Yeah, I actually, you know, funny you mentioned that because this image or this puzzle that illustration I'm working on, I actually wanted to maybe turn this into a puzzle that by Christmas so that I can actually have, and again, it's not going to take me 6 months, but it'd be nice to be able to have like, you know, I don't know, give it as a gift to someone, you know, just oh, here's a thing I made. I don't know. I feel like it would make for a nice gift. People like puzzles. I like puzzles. I know my mom likes puzzles. And my nieces and nephews do puzzles. I think my mom oftentimes has like a puzzle going on her table. So yeah. That would definitely be a thing. I haven't made a lot of art for people as gifts in real life because a lot of the people that I know in real life just I don't want to say they don't like my art. But I don't think they care. uh I don't really talk about art to my family. I mean, they know I paint, they follow me, my mom follows me on Instagram, my brother follows me. I think some of my brothers and sisters follow me on Instagram, but most don't comment or like or do anything like that. Really, I think mostly just my little brother does. My little brother is awesome. Is it bad to say he's my favorite live on stream where there's totally not, you know, where things can be permanently online? My little brother's my favorite. But we have very similar tastes and interests, and you know, like he plays a lot of Magic the Gathering. He likes fantasy stuff and fantasy art, and I like fantasy stuff and fantasy art. And I feel like his tastes are closer to mine. So I feel like when he says he likes my art, I'm more likely to believe him than say if like my older brother does, because my older brother couldn't give a crap. Like I don't think he cares. I mean, maybe he does. Maybe he does. He always says nice things whenever he sees it, but like he, I don't think he cares too much in like paying attention to it. Like if he comes across it and like I'm there and I share something and he happens to see, he'll be like, oh wow, that's, you know, cool. But like I don't feel like it's necessarily the same interest as his, right? Or same for like my sisters, right? I know my little sister likes some of the stuff I've done, but like I don't think my older sister cares at all, right? And so it's just kind of, I have a weird, like, I don't really talk about art to my family. I don't need their support. I don't, it doesn't hurt me or bother me that they don't really care. I've definitely put up some boundaries though, like for like commissions and stuff. Like I'm not gonna take a commission from a family member unless they've done their homework and the thing they want is, if it's like a product type thing, it better be because they think I'm the person for the job, not because I'm family and I'm the only artist they know. Like I don't like that relationship. I've never liked it. And so I've always felt weird making stuff for people because I never got the sense that they care too much, and that's fine. But I just also don't want to invest a bunch of time into something that they are like, oh, that's nice, but they're only saying it because I'm their brother, right? Um, so yeah, I basically keep art and like, you know, like unless you're an artist also and I know you in real life, then yeah, obviously then I'll, engage on that topic. But yeah, I don't really talk about it to them. Sometimes like they'll ask me like, oh, how's streaming going? Because I know I stream. But outside of that, but I think when it comes to something like this, like a puzzle, like I know my mom likes puzzles, so I don't really care if she likes the image. Like I think she would find it cute. Um, but if I were just to give this as like a print, I don't think she would necessarily. This one maybe though, because this is different, right? Most of the art I make isn't like this. Um, I don't know. I'm curious. Do you like? I wonder what other people's art experiences with their family is, because like I think some people it bothers them when maybe their family doesn't seem to be interested in their art. I never really felt like I cared too much. In fact, I would rather them not care than pretend they care, but only because they feel like an obligation to because I'm their brother or son or whatever. I don't know. I'm curious how other people's relationships with art and their family are. Like, do they know you make art? Do they support you? Or do they just kind of do their own thing and you do your own thing, which happens to be art? Trying to come in here and make some lines. So just outline this stuff to make it a little bit more. Your mom was mostly supportive as my dad. It has grown over time. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I think also for me though, it maybe is a little weird because I wouldn't say like as a career, I don't know if any of them are supportive or not supportive. Like I think they're just happy that I have a part-time job that isn't art because then it's like it's stable. But I wouldn't say I don't really feel like I don't know what support would look like from them in terms of career. Like enthusiasm maybe. Like I don't think they're negative. Like yeah, they're not negative towards me in any way, but they're not like, you know, I don't really know what support would look like. I don't know what unsupportive would look like either. So I think they're supportive. But it's like, do they need to be? I don't know. As long as they're not telling me that like, oh, you're stupid, that's a terrible idea. Don't do that. You're a failure. Like that would be, like I don't know. That would be weird. But luckily I haven't ran into that. Thank you for the follow. Ooh, I need to sit up straight after reading your name. I like your name. Slouch. I'm gonna say it because it's slouching Liger hidden wagon. I think it's funny, but also the slouching made me think of sitting up straight. So thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, I might have gone a little overboard with those details there. And now this feels all stiff and weird. Let me bring in some shadow colors in there. Also, it'd probably help if I would, like, make the things fully. I feel like for this, though, what we need is, light down here. Something like that. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm just adding some of that, not had context them when I did. They didn't know, but they wouldn't really care, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of how I am. I mean, I have contact with my parents and my family. I'm very on friendly terms with all of them. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I think as long as I'm, you know, like for my dad, for example, I think in his eyes, as long as I'm able to support myself and not be homeless, then he's happy. And like if I'm happy, living life, having a, good life, doing the things I want, and then he's happy for me. He doesn't really care though. He doesn't. And then my mom, I think I don't know. I'm not really sure what her views are. I think she likes my art more, but I don't know. I think they're probably all mildly disappointed. No, I don't know if they're disappointed. That's probably not fair. I don't think they're disappointed, but I think there is probably like a, like because art as like a career or a major time investment, like there's always that sort of feeling that like, oh, maybe you're not being as productive as you could, or you could be doing better for yourself. Um, maybe it's like a bad choice, but maybe it'll pay out, maybe it'll work out in the end and good for you, but like, why do that over anything else? So I think there's always that from like a financial point of view, which, totally fair, I think, because that is something that I think you have to consider if you're going to, invest time, especially at the at the opportunity cost of doing another thing, right? And like advancing your career. I think you have to be like aware of the fact that money wise and wealth wise, you're not going to be as well off, right? Probably than just about most other things. But as long as you're okay with that, then it shouldn't matter. And I think that's kind of how my parents view it. Like, they don't really care. If I'm happy, they're happy. I think. I don't know. I've never really had like a deep conversation about it with my mom. Maybe it's because I'm bad at conversations. Maybe it's a me issue. Could be. Probably is. There's that. One thing that I do want to focus on in this painting, because I have a lot of... So it's stuff like this. This stuff is really confusing for me when I'm zoomed in as a detail thing, so I want to make sure I get rid of those things. And I don't want random, like a heart. For example, if I had a puzzle piece here, and I saw this bright green, I would in no world think that this is gonna be the part next to the tent, because in my head that part isn't bright green, right? But there is that one random line there, so like I want to be aware of like, what am I doing with these gradients? Why is there some stuff in some places and not in the other? Like these random lines, if I have like a random line here, or like this, why is there a random bit of pink? I don't know. It wasn't really meant to be there. It just was because of the way that I paint it very sloppy. So that's something I'm a little more careful of here. It's just, you know, going over it with a fine-tooth comb, a little bit of a fine-tooth comb. You know, to make sure I don't, but I don't want it to be all one color. I still want to like have painterly strokes. They're just intentional painterly strokes and not the accidental ones. Lots of little bushes and trees and stuff. This kind of looks like a gnome, a gnome. Little gnomey head, triangular head. It's supposed to be a tent though. Could also do more shapes around here. For the maybe not. I think the sky will be the big shape. I kind of hate that because the sky is always the big shape in these types of paintings. But I think that's okay. Not bad. Now, what about here? Do I want to go a little bit lighter and more desaturated? Also, I think I do. Especially in the foreground here. Maybe not on every side, though. Maybe just on the sides closest to us. That. Little bits of streamers. I do wonder, should I make these blow in the wind? Maybe a little bit. Or at the very least have a bit of shapes that are not perfect. Or maybe there's one that's twisted or something. I don't know. I do like the progress I've made today though. I think I've done good. We've added a little bit of some shadow in here, maybe some deeper, darker colors. I don't want to go too dark, of course, because this is very far away. But we can get some darker under like the tree trunks where the leaves are overlapping the leaves. So there's like these little darker areas down up here. And maybe some down in here as well. I don't know. Just very sparingly. We don't need to go super crazy everywhere. But that's not bad. What else? Over here, maybe we get little bits of... This feels like there should be a hill over here, far away. Almost like farmland back here or something. Maybe not farmland, I don't know. But maybe some sort of... So what is this? Why is this gray back here? What was that? Is that just like random nothingness that I just forgot to paint? I don't know. There's a lot of blue, though. Or green. Not blue. You know, I will say, a puzzle like this makes me think of like a 1,000-piece puzzle at least. The more detail I put, the more I think this could be a very detailed puzzle where like there's little things here and there's just like very zoomed in. The more, you know, more textures and more details. Maybe not yet. Maybe the detail on the level of you know, detail isn't quite there. But it is making me think. That's a tangent. And not the good kind. And the good kind of tangents are the rambles that lead one topic to another. Bad tangents are the ones where you have the edge of one object intersecting with the edge of another. So like, for example, if I were to instead make this tree go here, like this, and the tree perfectly lined up with the edge of this thing, that would look weird, right? It's better to, generally it's better to have the thing intersect like that, so that you can tell that one object is behind the other, right? Same thing with this, right? Instead of having the tree come like, you know, this, right? Where this would be the tangent, because the tree should, right? I'm having the tree intersect here, so that we can tell that this shape is in front of the tree, and that shape is in front of the tree. So that's what I mean when I say tangents. Just having edges meet in unflattering ways that make it a little bit more confusing. I think tangents might be, and I'm just thinking about this now, but tangents might be one of those like good introductions to a concept in art that most people probably, who, especially if you're non-artists, who probably has never thought about, which is sort of that disparity between what something actually looks like versus what's communicating it and making it clear. Because like I think people can understand that tangents do exist in real life, and that odd-looking images where people look like they have 3 arms because their friend is wearing the same colored shirt and standing behind them or something, right? Like, that stuff's real, and it's accurate, but it's not what you want. And a lot of those times it's confusing because of things like tangents. So it's like, this is a good introduction to like, oh, it's realistic, but also terrible. Like, it's not what we want to strive for, typically. Okay. What else can I do to this before I end stream today? I think I'm just gonna end stream here. I'm pretty happy with this. I changed some... Here, I'll give you a recap. I changed a bunch of tree shapes. Oh, is that all? Hold on. This is what I did today. So a lot of tree shapes, a lot of background stuff, which is nice. You know what's funny? I kind of like... You know, Chikiri was talking about this before. I kind of like the shape of these things before. So what I might end up doing is coming back to it and messing up some of these. I don't think I'm gonna want, you know, I do like... I mean, I like the choices I've made, and I think having it cleaner is nicer. but it's a little too stiff right now. It feels uninteresting. There isn't enough variety. Maybe these things can be waving in the wind or more dynamism. Yeah, I don't know. It needs something, right? I think this tent does it pretty well, where it's sort of asymmetrical. This tent, not so well. So I don't know what this tent needs. Maybe this shape, right? Maybe these go like that or something. You know, maybe these, yeah, maybe these are shorter. I don't know. They need something. Maybe every couple of them are super long and droopy or something. Like that. That could be. But either way, this variety is too even to make it. Something's not right. So even though I made progress, that's one area where I feel like it stands out even more to me. I've made an unintentional focal point there. So yeah. Wait, but that's not... Wait, what? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Let's merge all these together and those together and save it. All right, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. I've been debating. I don't think I am anywhere near partner because I am only at, like, you know, average of 50 something viewers, but I have been getting slowly inspired by Casey Snow art. If she's live, we might go over there, but I've been very inspired by her, and I know she's doing a partner push. Maybe when she's done, maybe in September, October. I don't think she'll still be doing it then, but I might do a partner push in the coming months. Not anytime super soon, but it would be fun. Thanks for the stream. Have a nice day. Thank you so much for being here. K-Reg, take care. Thanks for the lurk. Valkyrie, also, hi. I know you were here earlier. I read your messages, but for some reason I'm just now saying hi. Very rude of me. We could go to Skittle. We could go to Oak Tea. Oak Tea's great if you don't know Oak Tea. Oxy, hello. I'm now just saying hi to everyone. It's like I'm starting stream again for the first time. No, I'm actually gonna end. Okay, I'm embarrassed to say I don't. Let me look someone up. I might want to raid them. Let's go to this person. They are... Oh, they're partnered. Okay. Let's go to them. Rin the Yordle. We've been there before. So Rin the Yordle is a person who has done a content creator for League of Legends. I think they actually have worked with League of Legends or partnered for them. I don't quite know how it works, but they are in some capacity an official artist for or of or at some point kind of. I don't quite know, but they're very good. If you guys don't know Rin the Yordle, they make amazing work. They are super cool. So we're gonna go over there and say hi. And yeah, thank you for being here. Take care, everyone. Have a good rest of your day and your week, and I'll see you on the next time. Saturday. I'll be here Saturday. I also have a Patreon, patreon.com/jsiller30 if you'd like to support me further. Please don't feel like you have to, but anything is super nice. And yeah, I think that's it. Also,